everyone. We are excited to be back in Harlem. We are back in Harlem. I'm excited to be here. We're going to begin right on time. I'm excited to just be here in this beautiful space. We are at the National Urban League Conference Center on 125th Street right here in Harlem. And we are just thrilled. We are grateful to President Mark Morial for opening this space for the New York State Community Commission on Reparations Remedies. And I am Dr. Charnel Hawkins, and I have the honor of serving as the chair. And I'm going to let my fellow commissioner to the right introduce himself.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us today, both in person and online. My name is Commissioner Tim Hogues, and I am one of the 9 commissioners for the Reparations Commission, and as well as working as the Commissioner for New York State Civil Service and the President of the Civil Service Commission for New York State. And I'm excited to be with all of you here today as we continue to move forward in this process of hearing from the public. So I will turn that back over to the chair, Dr. Hawkins.
Thank you, Commissioner Hogues. And so we're going to begin. And we'll get to the public testimony. There will be an opportunity to hear from all of you that have attended in person so that you can share with us your testimony, your ideas, your policy recommendation for the commission. But it's important that we explain the commission's purpose, why we're here, how long we've been here. So we're going to do that. I'm going to skip over here. So we are the New York State Community Commission on Reparations Remedies. And we are 2 of the 9 commissioners. You'll see 2 more a little bit later. But want to provide you a brief context and overview of the commission and the work that we're doing. And so again, just to all the folks that are in here, welcome to the New York State Community Commission on Reparations Remedies. This is our public hearing. So thank you for being here.
And so with this being the public hearing, this is the opportunity to hear from you, as I said earlier. So the process is, as you came in, there was an opportunity to sign up to speak. And so if you weren't aware of that, please do so. And then as the day goes on, and if you didn't sign up and you think about, hey, I want to sign up, there will still be opportunity. If you change your mind, you can go back out there and sign up.
So thank you again. So just many people don't realize that slavery was deeply rooted in New York State, right here. Many people always think of the South, but enslaved Africans were brought here to what is now known as Manhattan as early as 1626. And by the 1700s, New York had one of the largest enslaved populations in the North. Did everybody know that here? I'm glad you all know that, because we didn't know that. And so this has been a learning for us to really understand the work that has to be done and New York State's role. And the wealth that New York State acquired while connected to enslaved labor. In 1711, a slave market was established at the foot of Wall Street. Black and indigenous people were brought and sold there for decades. And this reminds us that slavery was not only a Southern institution, but it was foundational to New York's economy as well. The next slide here is really speaking to the pervasiveness of slavery in New York. And I'm going to take you to the 1800 census record, which shows how widespread slavery remained in New York, even after the gradual abolition began. New York did not fully abolish slavery until 1827. It also reflects the North's complicity through systems like the 3/5 Clause. Here on this next slide, Emancipation Day, this really speaks to the hope that individuals had to contrast, really in contrast to the brutality of slavery, with the hope of freedom, education, fair wages, and home ownership. Sounds familiar? We're still talking about today in 2026. And many of those people depicted in this photo never realized those promises. So the work of reparations is about addressing unfinished harms. So we want to acknowledge that at the federal level, it was first, there was in 1989, Congressman John Conyers Jr. introduced the effort with H.R. 40. And this bill would establish a national commission to study reparations for African Americans. It was introduced for decades and never been passed. And we know that the late Sheila, Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, was championing this work, and it just never happened. And so this commission is important because this is a New York State effort. I want to acknowledge that across the nation, there have been efforts for reparations. And in fact, California was the first state to establish a statewide task force in 2020, and they submitted a final report to their legislature in 2023. But if you look here on this map, it demonstrates that at this time, there were 11 states and 22 localities, but we're proud to say that those efforts are continuing to grow. I want to introduce you to the commission, but I'm going to pause for a second because our vice chair is here, and I want to acknowledge our vice chair, Dr. Jenkins.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Good to see you all. It's a nice turnout thus far.
And we're going to reintroduce everyone once I'm just taking through the slides to learn more about the commission. So again, we thank you all for being here. So the New York State Community Commission on Reparations Remedies was established through legislation signed in December of 2023. The commission does not directly issue payments or implement policy. First of all, this bill, 1163A, the commission is tasked with examining the legacy of enslavement, subsequent discrimination, and their continuing impacts, and recommending appropriate remedies and reparations to help reverse those injuries. Such recommendations may include laws, policies, programs, projects, and other remedies, including compensation and eligibility considerations. The commission is examining both historical harms and contemporary structural inequities. The commission is also tasked with examining feasibility of creating a bureau to assist in the distribution and administration of any remedies and recommendations recommended by the commission. All findings and recommendations will be submitted to the governor and legislature for consideration. If you want to learn more about the bill, you can go to the website, and we have a website which is ny.gov/reparations. You'll hear me say that many times today. But we want to acknowledge that Governor Hochul, as I said, signed the bill in December of 2023. But there are many legislative leaders that support this commission, but we want to acknowledge the bill sponsors, and they are Assemblymember Szilagyi, and she is District 22. And we were actually in Hempstead last week. The commission, we are working hard. I believe this is our 20th public hearing. And last week we were in Hempstead, New York, and today we're here in Harlem. And we also want to acknowledge Senator James Sanders Jr. He is District 10 in Queens. And so they are the bill sponsors. I've already shared the purpose of the commission, but also want to acknowledge that there are, if you want to read more about the report, I said you can go to the website and learn more. But also I want to share our core mandates. And our core mandates are here to research, which I said earlier, the economic, social, and political impact of slavery and structural discrimination on Black New Yorkers from 1626 to present. So although there were efforts on H.R. 40, this is a New York State effort. This is not a federal effort. And so when you provide your recommendations, this is about New York State. It's not about any other state. So just want to remind you of that. And here's our work to determine who's eligible for reparations, hold public hearings, which we're at today, to gather community input. Our name, New York State Community Commission on Reparations Remedies, has community in it. And that means that your voice is prioritized. And so we want to hear from you today. And what are your recommendations for our report? And you're listening and you're hearing today that we will have to develop a comprehensive report outlining the harms and reparative measures. That is our charge of the 9 of us. We will recommend policies, programs, and restorative payments. We're exploring all of that. We will coordinate with our local, state, and national collaborators to ensure alignment with the broader reparations initiatives. And you'll hear today that there are several efforts, especially in New York State, that are exploring reparations. So this is the commission, or this is 8 of the 9 commissioners. So there are 9 of us that are doing this work. And then we want to acknowledge that we have a full staff as of April 2026. It took us time, and Commissioner Holmes could probably speak to this, but it took us a long time to get staffed up because we were an independent commission, and all of the 9 commissioners are volunteers. None of us are paid. So for all of those that think that we're getting paid too much, you're wrong. We're not being paid at all. But we do have a full staff that are working, and our executive director, who is here with us today, who began with us in April 2026. I just want you all to hear the timelines. We were sworn in 24, and we just got our executive director in 2026, Adem Jakwazi. So we are grateful that he is here. Yes, we have our operations manager, Melody Harkness, who's in the back of the room as well. Our general counsel, who will be here, I'm sure, later, India Sneed Williams. We have Jessie Adwar, who you may have met. She's outside. She's our executive administrative assistant. Stuart Mitchell III is our parliamentarian. And then we have our team that's here, our communications team, Words Warriors. So if you were past, how many were past the flyer and came up? Thank you. Thank you for coming. Anybody else received the flyer and came up there? Really? Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for your curiosity and learning more about exploring what reparations could possibly look like for New York State. We have our policy studies associates team. These are our research and policy analyst team, in addition to our economist team, who are public interest experts. And they're here? Oh, I'm sorry. Hi. We only get to see folks on little squares, so good to see you. Thank you for being here. And then we have our technical video team. Yes.
So I just want to briefly speak to the process that Dr. Hawkins was referring to, as far as the time it took for us to get staffing online. And so we don't have direct staff. We have vendors that we do contracts with. We are independent. We're an independent body, but we had to follow and go through New York State procurement through the Department of OGS, Office of General Services for New York State. So it's not like we can just go out and say, hey, we like this individual, interview them and say you're hired, but we had to go through a formal RFP type of process, so request for proposals. So we have to put that out, we get responses, we answer questions, we go through the formal scoring process. Then we have to go through the long, drawn-out New York State process of bringing vendors on board. So that's part of really what took so long. But it also made sure that we had fidelity to the process and there were no games played. So everyone that applied for a vendor spot to support the commission had a fair and above-board opportunity to do that. So even though it caused us to take longer to do it, I'm glad that we were able to go through that process, and we were able to bring on some talented individuals to support this, and I know Dr. Hawkins will talk about it, to do our final product of producing that report. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of background on that. I think so. In California, theirs was a little bit different. They were somewhat embedded in government. They had government employees that were working alongside them to provide them staffing support and some other stuff. So they were able to hit the ground running as soon as the commission was established. They didn't have to go through the process of hiring and some other stuff. So that's some of the differences between what happened in California and the process that we had to go through to establish and get moving in New York. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Holmes. Also want to share that there's an executive committee that has been providing support to the vendor staff and also really acts on behalf of the commission, and want to acknowledge them. Of course, myself as chair, our vice chair, Dr. Jenkins. We have our secretary, Linda Tarrant-Reed, who will be with us later, and then our treasurer, Jennifer Jones-Austin. So we want to thank the executive committee for their hard work. Also, there's an official website. You'll hear me refer to this often, but if you have an opportunity, please check out our website. You can see past public hearings there. And so it's ny.gov/reparations. You can email us. The great thing about this email is that all of the commissioners will receive this email if you'd like to email us. So today, when you hear the public testimony, you might be inspired to provide some public testimony, but maybe not at the moment. You might be inspired when you get home. You can email us your public testimony, or you could even call in. You can call in your public testimony. You can walk to the back of the room and you call 518-473-3997, and you can leave hours of public testimony if you want. And we can, we'll take that, and that will be part of the record. We'll use that as part of the research. So we want to thank you for your voice, your participation, and just for being here today. This is our, as I mentioned earlier, this is our about the 20th public hearing, but we've had more than 30 public meetings across New York State. You'll hear me talk about it in a little bit, but we are just proud of the work that we've been doing. Just a little bit, we have our business meetings. The difference between a business meeting is where we take care of our internal meetings of the commission. This is where we vote on the work of the commission. We discuss any necessary business that we have to participate. We actually talk about where we'll move for our next public hearing. So the business meetings are certainly not as exciting as these public hearings because your voice is not included. It's typically the voices of the commissioners and the vendor staff that work alongside of us. But a public hearing, which you are attending today, public hearings provide an opportunity for the community and anybody that's interested in our work to share and lend their voice to the process, to share their testimony, what they witnessed, what they heard, or policy recommendations or program recommendations. Another interesting piece about the public hearings is that it's an opportunity for us to educate not only the community, but educate the commissioners on the work that is that we need to do and understand the history, the rich history. And so we'll learn more today. We have two speakers today that will enlighten us all. We'll have Jerica L. Richardson, and we'll have the infamous Dr. Darity, which we are excited to hear and partner. And so we'll hear more about that a little bit later. But today, at this public hearing, if you haven't signed up already, there's an opportunity for you to sign up. And we hope that you will join us and really lend your voice. Share your ideas on what the possibility of reparations, the possibility of remedying the harms of the inequities that happen right here in New York State. What are your ideas on that? I've already mentioned, if you have written comments, you can send them here, so I won't belabor that. But also opportunities for you to get involved. You can attend the public hearing, but also we have social media, and we need your help. We need your help. Often I'm with New Yorkers, and when I'm with a New Yorker and I'm somewhere traveling, and I say, do you know that there's a New York State Community Commission on Reparations Remedies? And sadly, many say no, they don't know that. So we need you to share that this commission has been established. That is important. And so we hope you will sign up to testify and share your voice. And here are some ways that you can get involved. And I also want to share what our speakers are. Who our speakers are for today. With that, I'm going to pause for a minute because I did see a hand up, and I wanted to make sure that I acknowledge your hand. Yes, all of our meetings are public. And if you want to see a business meeting, I think we had a business meeting in May. You can see that business meeting right on our website. And so the website is ny.gov/reparations.
And you can attend a business meeting in person as well. And so for a business meeting, we usually have 2 locations. So we are reducing the travel wear and tear and expense. And so there will be one in the New York City area and then one in the Rochester area on the same day that we are channeling in together. And so you can come to either of those locations or catch us online.
Awesome. Just want to share a little bit about what we've been hearing at public hearings. And so we've been hearing New York, the legacy of enslavement, how it's impacted them, segregation, redlining, educational inequities that they've seen or their family has felt, the ongoing impact of mass incarceration. We've also heard recommendations that include direct compensation. We've heard many times that people want their check. But we've also heard that it's much more than a check. We heard that it's housing support, it's educational access, it's healthcare investment, community land trust, it's business support, and structural reforms. Above all, we've heard a strong call for accountability. We've heard a strong call for action and community-driven solutions. And so that's what we hope to hear today. Community-driven solutions. And these stories and recommendations continue to inform the commission's work. And we look forward to hearing from you all today. With that, I am going to say welcome to Harlem. That is just a little bit about the work that we've been doing. And so with that, we are going to officially get ready to begin. I'm going to start with a reintroduction just because we have more people here, but I am Dr. Shawnell Hawkins and I chair the New York State Community Commission on Reparations Remedies. And I am just honored, thank you, to welcome you to today's public hearing in Harlem. Yes, I'm from Brooklyn, but I'm loving Harlem. I love Harlem. So anybody from Brooklyn here? Okay, thank you. Brooklyn travels. We travel. Okay. All right. Harlem's in the house today. So on behalf of the commission, we just want to thank you for joining us here in this opportunity to reflect, to share your truth, and to help shape the future for New York State. So thank you. We gather here in Harlem, one of the most important places in Black history and American history, and the ongoing pursuit of justice. And it is so fitting that we meet here on 125th Street at the National Urban League Conference Center. The Urban League is an institution that was born in Harlem and dedicated for generations to advancing opportunity, parity, and civil rights. Harlem's story didn't begin with the Harlem Renaissance, but long before Harlem became known as the cultural capital of Black America, New York benefited from the labor of enslaved Africans whose work helped to build the economic foundation of this city and state. Yet Harlem still gets to tell another story. It tells the story of resilience. It tells the story of people that journeyed north during the Great Migration, seeking freedom, dignity, safety, and opportunity. It tells the story of artists, educators, entrepreneurs, activists, and visionaries who transformed Harlem into a beacon of Black excellence, well known all around the world. The Harlem Renaissance was not simply an artistic movement. It was a declaration of humanity. It was proof that when barriers are challenged and talent is allowed to flourish, Black communities contribute immensely to the cultural and intellectual and economic life of our nation. It is especially meaningful that we gather here at the National Urban League. The National Urban League helped to nurture many of the voices in the Harlem Renaissance and spent more than a century advancing economic empowerment, education opportunity, civil rights, and social justice for Black Americans. And as someone who proudly served as the president and CEO of the Urban League of Rochester, I understand firsthand the impact of this movement and this institution. And so I want to acknowledge that we are here at the Urban League. I'm an Urban Leaguer, and I hope you all, if you're not Urban Leaguers, you become Urban Leaguers, and honor that we are in this house, this new conference center that was built for the people and is stewarded by our president, President Mark Morial. And so we want to thank Mark Morial for hosting us and hosting the commission here today. And today, this New York State Community Commission on Reparation Remedies, we continue this hard work. And Harlem reminds us that reparations are not solely about acknowledging what was taken. It's also about understanding what was built despite oppression and imagining what people can do when justice, opportunity, and repair are finally realized. So before we would begin, I want to acknowledge that the commission has been granted additional time to do its work. The commission's reporting deadline is now January 2029. And this extension reflects the recognition that the work of reparation remedies research requires the time, the care, and the thoroughness that New Yorkers deserve. Let me say that again, because we need to take the time and we need to be thorough and make sure that this report demands what New Yorkers deserve. And so since its charter, the commission has hosted more than 30 public hearings, education workshops, and business sessions in more than 20 cities across New York, collecting more than 200 hours of testimony from all manner of New Yorkers. And so we recognize that many people are eager for the release of our final report, and we share that sense of urgency as well. We certainly do. And at this time, the responsibility before us is not to rush. The report will shape conversations. It's going to shape policies, recommendations that could impact generations to come. And it must be grounded in rigorous research, informed by community voices from every corner of this state, and reflective of the seriousness of the charge that has been entrusted to us. So now more than ever, this work matters. The questions before us are complex, the history is profound, and the potential recommendations could be transformative. So our commitment is not only to produce a report, the commitment is to produce a report worthy of the people that we serve, worthy of the history that we are examining, and worthy of the future generations who may be affected by its findings. So we are honored to be here. We are honored to listen, and we are honored to learn from you, Harlem, the voices of this community, and continue the work that's entrusted to this commission. So we are here today to ensure that your voices help shape the future of this work. So thank you for being here, and we appreciate you participating in this process. At this time, I would like to invite any of our elected officials that are here today to bring greetings. Do we have any elected officials here today? Okay. If we do not have any elected officials, I am going to begin with our first presentation. We do have on the line, thank you. I see Honorable Dr. Lisa Marie Nero, who is here, and she is virtual, so she raised her hand. So we thank you for your support and being with us virtually today. She joined us in Newburgh, New York, and gave presentation. And so I'm excited about that. Are we ready for our virtual presentations?
Jim.
So with that, I am going to just give my colleagues an opportunity to introduce themselves fully to the group that's here. I've already shared that I'm Charnel Hawkins, the chair of the commission. My day job used to be serving as the president and CEO of the Urban League of Rochester, and now I have the honor of serving as the CEO of Daystar Kids, New York State's only pediatric program for children with complex medical needs. And I'm excited to serve as its CEO. And so I will have my colleague to the left, our vice chair, give a full introduction of herself.
Good afternoon again. I'm so happy to be here in Harlem. As the chair said, Harlem means everything to Black people, whether you live in New York or not. Harlem remains the Mecca, and so it was so fitting for us to have it here. This is our second trip to Harlem for a public hearing. The initial one was at the Schomburg Library. We understand culture, and we are happy to be here. I am Dr. Deborah D. Jenkins. I am also a pastor. I am a philosophical theologian who is also a political scientist. And so this work means everything to me, not just for me, but for my children and my children's children and their children and their children. So the work before us is incredibly important, and your voices, every word, your voices, whether you are in agreement with this commission, we have had that in the 220 hours that the chair spoke about, we're happy to hear it, because balance is also necessary. But we are very clear that is past due, and we're here to do the work. And so thank you all for coming out, supporting this commission, and we really want to hear from you today. Thank you.
Thank you.
As I mentioned before, Tim Hogues from Buffalo, New York. I also am a pastor, and the pastor already took all the greetings and the words that I wanted to greet you with. But I'm excited once again to be here to hear from each and every one of you. And I want to say that this journey has been fulfilling and rewarding. And just as we are committed, there are individuals that attend the public hearings that have been as equally committed to this process. And we have some that have been at every last public hearing. And we appreciate that, right? Because it's important for voices to be heard. And as we talked about, not everyone in the state of New York knows that this commission is going on, and that's sad. And we're asking for you to continue to participate and spread the word to individuals in your circles and your communities so that they know that this work is going on. And so when that report is complete, right, we need your voices, because we don't, as a commission, we don't decide that we do the report. We don't decide that it happens. And so that's at the legislative and the governor's office where they're going to have to make those decisions. So we need the community to put that, I won't say pressure, but to put your voices together to make sure that they understand that this is something that is necessary. And so even though I work for New York State as the commissioner for the Department of Civil Service, I will say this as an independent commissioner. And so we've seen time and time again that monies and resources can be allocated if the will is there, and folks figure out a way to be able to do stuff. And so we need the voices to participate in that. And so I'm excited that you guys are here, and I'm ready to hear from Harlem.
Yes, and we want to say, once these recommendations, once they're delivered in January 29, we need you to champion the recommendations. Our work will be done, and then we drop it off to you. And we will need the community to reach out to their elected officials to make sure that the recommendations that we all put together, because we're taking what we've learned from you and putting that in the recommendations. And so we hope that you will be a champion for the recommendations. With that, I'm going to correct myself, because I said that we're going to have a virtual presentation first, but I misspoke, and we have an in-person presentation. And I am excited about this speaker. This speaker is an urban leaguer, and we want to welcome our first speaker, Jerica L. Richardson, forgive me. Jerica L. Richardson is the senior president for the Equitable Justice and Strategic Initiatives at the National Urban League. Her office is in this beautiful building. She leads the organization's advocacy and strategic work on civic engagement, police reform, criminal justice reform, and equitable justice initiatives. A respected leader in public policy and accountability, she previously served as the Deputy Executive Director of the New York City Civilian Complaint Review Board, the nation's largest independent police oversight agency, and she held the senior leadership positions in New York City government. And prior to her public service career, she worked with ABC News and the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York. please join me and give Jerica L. Richardson a warm welcome to the podium. Let's welcome Jerica L. Richardson. You come to the podium and prepare yourself. We're going to acknowledge that one of our other commissioners that serves on the executive committee, Linda Tarrant Reed, is here. So we'll give her an opportunity to introduce herself. Thank you for being here, Commissioner Tarrant Reed.
Thank you. What a great looking crowd.
Yes, we're in Harlem.
Yeah, we're in Harlem. I'm from New Rochelle. I don't know if that matters.
No,
But
no, it doesn't.
no. But anyway, I'm so happy to see everybody. And this is one of the last public hearings. So we want to hear your voices and we want to hear what you have to contribute to our report. Thank you.
So while Jerica is preparing, let's give her another warm welcome. Jerica L. Richardson, Senior Vice President for Equitable Justice and Strategic Initiatives here at the National Urban League.
Well, good afternoon. Chair Hawkins and members of the commission, thank you so much for having me here today. I am just so thrilled to be here and testify at this historic hearing. And I have to say, on behalf of President Mark H. Morial and all of my colleagues here at the National Urban League, we'd love to welcome you to our new headquarters here in Harlem. For us, it is deeply meaningful to be in Harlem, a community that has long stood at the center of Black culture, advocacy, and economic opportunity. We are honored to host this important conversation in a place so central to Black history and progress. See, Harlem is not just a place. Harlem tells the story of this country. It is a symbol of Black excellence, a symbol of entrepreneurship, resilience, and cultural leadership. But it is also a symbol of the tension between opportunity and exclusion. Because here in Harlem, we can see clearly both what has been possible and what has too often been denied. So I want to begin with a simple but necessary truth. The racial wealth gap in America is not accidental. It is not the product of individual failure. It's not the result of cultural deficiency. It is not the result of, just one person failing to do something or one individual not doing what they should. It is the result of deliberate policy, and it requires deliberate repair. And so, as I know so many of you in this room know, as does this commission, that is the work before this commission, and that is the work before us. So I want to talk a little bit about the history. For more than 2 centuries, wealth was systematically extracted from Black Americans, first through slavery, where labor was taken without compensation, then through Jim Crow, where economic opportunity was restricted by law and enforced through violence and exclusion, and later through federal policies that helped build the American middle class, but did not extend those same opportunities equally to Black families. Programs like the GI Bill and federally backed mortgages expanded wealth, but discriminatory implementation excluded many Black households. Policies like redlining, restricted where families could buy homes, lending discrimination, limited access to credit, and inequities in labor markets constrained income growth and upward mobility. Oh, thank you. These were not isolated incidents. They were systems designed and reinforced over generations. And today, those systems are reflected in the data. The typical white household has about 6 times the wealth of the typical Black household. Black households hold only a fraction of the wealth accumulated by white households. It is a gap in accumulated opportunity, a gap in assets, a gap in inheritance, a gap in security. Wealth is not just a number on a balance sheet. Wealth is stability. It is protection. It is possibility. It determines whether families can buy a home, start a business, invest in education, support aging parents, or withstand economic setbacks and shocks. And wealth is intergenerational. It compounds over time. Families pass it down, or they pass down the absence of it. Today, for every $100 in wealth held by white households, Black households hold approximately $15. That difference shapes lives. It determines who has access to opportunity and who does not. In Harlem, these dynamics are not abstract. They are visible in the lived experience of residents. Harlem has long been a center of Black economic activity, a place where families built businesses, institutions, and cultural capital. But Harlem has also experienced cycles of disinvestment and exclusion. And today it faces a new challenge: displacement. Housing costs have risen faster than incomes. Many residents are rent burdened, paying a significant share of their income just to remain in their homes. In some cases, families are paying more than half their income for housing. At the same time, eviction pressures continue to affect communities of color disproportionately. And demographic changes reflect the reality that too many of us know: longtime residents are being pushed out. That is what modern extraction, my friends, looks like. Not only the loss of wealth, but the loss of place, the loss of community, the loss of belonging. The housing gap is the wealth gap. Housing remains the primary pathway to wealth accumulation in the United States, and yet access to home ownership remains deeply unequal. In New York City, about 1/3 of households own their homes. Within those same numbers, significant racial disparities persist. Black households continue to have substantially lower home ownership than white households. Statewide, white households are more than twice as likely to own homes. The gap is one of the most powerful drivers of the racial wealth gap, because without ownership, there is no equity. And without equity, there is no wealth accumulation. Home ownership is not simply about housing, it is about economic security, and it is about intergenerational mobility, and it is about power. So let's discuss why repair is necessary. The question before this commission is not whether inequality exists. The question is how we address it. Reparations are often misunderstood. They're not simply about the past, they are about the present, and they are about our future. At the National Urban League, we define reparations as a framework for repair, a framework for correcting structural imbalances, a framework for rebuilding access to wealth, a framework for ensuring that policy no longer reproduces the same disparities generation after generation. Because the disparities we are seeing today were created by policy, they must also be addressed by policy. And New York has the opportunity to lead. So this slide illustrates the Urban League framework for repair. For the League, true economic empowerment is synonymous with civil rights. Therefore, effective reparative policy must be targeted, substantial, sustained, and measurable. There can't be any more rolling back. In simple terms, we recommend 4 key pillars for repair: housing plus income plus capital access equals wealth building. Let's talk about housing. How are we building generational wealth? Our key priorities are expanding first-generation homeownership programs, increasing access to down payment assistance, strengthening fair lending enforcement, expanding affordable housing supply, because housing must be treated as a wealth building tool. We also have to talk about capital and credit access. How are we closing the financial gap for our families? By expanding investment in community development financial institutions, increasing access to small business capital, addressing barriers in lending practices, because access to capital determines who gets to participate fully in the economy. And then how do we create the infrastructure to sustain wealth intergenerationally? We need to support baby bonds and child savings accounts, expand tax credits for working families, address the disproportionate burden of student loan debt. These are policies that help families build wealth over time, not merely survive month to month. Ultimately, we need accountability and public and private sector alignment. We have to encourage private sector investment in underserved communities, expand supplier diversity, align capital flows with equity goals, because regular repair requires participation across all of the sectors. So let's talk about measuring the progress. Reparative policy must ultimately be measured by outcomes, not just intentions. We've seen a lot of good intentions in this country, but we need progress. So we must ask, are more families becoming homeowners? Is access to capital expanding? Are Black-owned businesses growing and scaling? Is displacement decreasing? And are wealth disparities narrowing? What are the results? If these outcomes do not change, then we have not achieved repair. So this is a moment for leadership. New York has a unique opportunity to lead, to set a national standard, and to demonstrate what effective reparative policy looks like. This state, for sure, has the resources. It has the capacity, and it has the responsibility. Let me close where I began, with Harlem. This community has always shown what is possible, even in the face of exclusion, even in the face of extraction, even in the face of systemic barriers. People built institutions, they built businesses, they built cultures. Now imagine what could have been built if those efforts had been supported rather than systemically constrained. And imagine what can still be built if we choose repair over neglect and investment over exclusion. Reparations are about making that future real, about ensuring that the next generation inherits opportunity, not disparity. And the National Urban League stands here ready to support this commission in that work. So I thank all of you for your time and your commitment to this important issue.
Thank you, Jerica L. Richardson from the National Urban League. We're grateful that you joined us today. Before you go, as we typically do, we'll just make room for questions from our commissioners first. And so if you would allow us just to ask you a couple of questions, and then we'll prepare for the next speaker. But commissioners, I will yield to the floor.
All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Richardson, for this wonderful presentation. Wrote a lot of notes, highlighted a few things, but I would like to ask you about the income and balance sheet portion where you talked about baby bonds and CDAs. How would that look? How does that look to the Urban League? How has it been proven anywhere in the nation thus far? Has it been piloted? Tell us how that might look for our children.
Well, I would say New York has a unique opportunity. Baby bonds is something actually that has been brought up here in New York City. So one of our city councilwomen, I want to say Crystal, I'm blanking on her name, Crystal Hudson, thank you. One of my classmates at Spelman College raised baby bonds as part of her platform in running. And it's not the first place where it has been brought up, but it is really focusing on investing in our children from birth over time. And please excuse me, I am standing in for my colleague, Cy Richardson, who oversees our economic development work here at the National Urban League. But baby bonds is a concept that has been brought up here in New York. And the concept really is about investment in our young people and our children. And over time, the accumulation of wealth, so they are not starting out at zero when they reach age 18, that there has been an investment in them and that money can be used for them and their future. It has been introduced, the concept and the policy is something that's been introduced in other jurisdictions across the country. I'm happy to come back to you with specific legislation just because this is not my area of focus, and I do not want to undersell it. I want to make sure that I give you all the specifics and how widely it's been used. But for New York, we are not starting at square one. It has been lifted up and introduced by elected officials in this state. And it's something that, from my understanding, is been quite welcome.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Other commissioners? Other questions? I just wanted to really talk about closing the wealth gap. And I know that the Urban League has published many articles about closing the wealth gap. But when we're thinking about the commission, are there just any, and maybe this is something that will come later on, but we'd love to hear what the Urban League specifically would like to see the commission do. We talked about home ownership and how I think your data was the 6 times white individuals have 6 times the wealth of Black individuals. So we have to have a plan for making sure that we have more home ownership opportunities. But we'd love to hear from the Urban League just specifically on what the commission should be recommending as policy for reparations to repair this.
Absolutely. I think one of it is programmatic investment in underserved communities, but specifically Black communities that have been harmed by the slave trade. We see that is very necessary for repair. We know that redlining also affected home ownership and the price of homes and the value that Black communities were able to garner and get for their homes. So the programmatic investment in home ownership, especially for first-time home buyers. You know, we talked about the numbers. There is a very large gap. And also investment in the education for our community. First-time home buyers, because there may not be that generational experience of home ownership. I will say I am a senior vice president at the Urban League, but I have benefited from home buyer courses, right? I understand that there's a gap in my own family, and we all can benefit from learning, because there is, for many of us, a knowledge gap. And so if we are ever going to catch up, it can't just be the financial commitment. It has to be a long-term investment in the learning, in the dollars, to make sure these programs, as we talked about, are sustained. It can't just be a one-time investment. This needs to be something that is continual for Black communities. So not just one generation gets it, but generation after generation after generation. So policy that is programmatic investment, that is not just here today for one administration and gone with the next. We need it to be sustained over time.
So one question from the audience, and I saw the, who was first? Okay, and then in the orange, you all want to go first? If not, I'm going to go with the other young lady in the orange, because she was right in my peripheral. And then if you have questions, we can take them and then make sure that we get them answered.
Yes, we can definitely have the Urban League.
Yes.
We're happy to follow up with any answers to questions we're not able to answer
Yes.
today.
Okay, you had a comment, and then we'll get yours. I'm sorry. So now we're taking two.
Thank you. That is
Thank you.
a really important recommendation.
So we're
And
gonna pause just so everyone could hear it
Hear
real
it,
quick. I
okay.
apologize.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. I just had a quick recommendation that we add preventing deed theft to our list of housing policy priorities, so that we protect historic homeowners from losing their generational wealth.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you for raising
And
that.
we certainly will honor all the other questions. If you want to write them down, Melody will come and take them, and then we can answer them, and we can actually do it publicly on our Q&A. All right, so thank you. We were not going to get to all the questions. We're just going to honor the woman in the green headscarf, please, and the head wrap. Thank you. Go ahead. Orange. I said, did I say green? Orange. You look like money to me, but orange.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having this hearing. I wouldn't have even known it was going on if the sister didn't show up in Nan's rally with the paperwork. So
Thank you,
that's the
Dr.
problem with
Coda.
us as Black people. We gotta do better with getting information. I really didn't want to say that because I don't want to sound like I'm
It's okay.
pointing the finger. The other thing I wanted to say is what's really got me so disturbed is how all of these other groups got their reparations. You got the Italians, the Germans, the Americans, they call them Indians, but they call indigenous people. Why we gotta go through hurdles and humps and bumps to get? Why don't we just take our foot and kick the door in and say we're gonna get what we got to get? We gotta go through too many hurdles. We're tired, we're disgusted, they're taking our homes, they got our kids bugging out, we all stressed out. The list goes on and on and on and on, and we're tired.
Well, we thank you. And before we grip, thank you. Before we get the mic, sir, before we give you the mic, hold on a second so we can just acknowledge some things. Thank you. So we're going to have an opportunity to take two more questions, but we want to make sure that they're questions for the speaker. This is not public testimony time. So no apology necessary. We appreciate you, sister. And we thank you for your comment. But I just want to make two comments here because what you said was certainly important. But I just want to say that we are grateful for the sharing of this information. and the sharing that we're here, because we do have a comms team. There were some people, if you got a flyer today, raise your hand. If you received a flyer to come in and you came, we want to acknowledge you because we are working hard. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for seeing that flyer and coming upstairs and learning more about the commission, because we have been wanting to make sure that New Yorkers know that this commission exists. This commission was established by Governor Hochul in 2023. We were all sworn in 2024. And for the last year and a half, we've had more than 30 public hearings across 20 cities in New York State. And so the word, it's been really hard. New York is a big state, to help people understand. So we need all of you today, before you leave, to tell other New Yorkers that this commission exists. We need you to go to the website. We need you to like us on Instagram so that we can get more New Yorkers, because our charge is to provide a report, a research-based report to the governor and legislative body. And when we provide those report, we're going to need all of you to champion those recommendations, or else that report could sit on a shelf. And so we need your help, and we need you to understand that the commission exists. So I just want to say that we thought that was important. So sir, if you have a
Chair,
question
Chair,
for
our
our
next
speaker.
Our next speaker, our next presenter is ready. So we're going to take this last one.
Okay.
And the reason why we're doing this is because we have a lot of people signed up to give their public testimony. And so we don't want to run out of time for you to be able to give your public testimony. So the question on topic. Thank you, sir.
Yes, excuse me, good afternoon. My question is very simple, and I think it goes to the heart of reparations, what it is. My question is, how will you determine who gets the reparations?
Yes, and that is and so we appreciate that. And let me just answer that quickly. The work of the commission is learning from you all. You're going to help us establish that, your voice. So hopefully you'll provide some testimony and help us understand who you believe should get reparations. But it is the voice of the community that is informing our research. So with that, I want to say thank you to our speaker. Let's give Jerica L. Richardson a round of applause, Senior Vice President here at the National Urban League. We thank you for enlightening us. We thank you for taking the time to come here on a Saturday and share the National Urban League's policies and recommendations. So thank you for your priorities on closing the wealth gap. Let's give her a better round of applause. This is Harlem. This is Harlem.
Thank you, Chair Hawkins. But I do just want to say thank you to all the attendees. Thank you for your feedback. Thank you for lifting up deed theft. We know Council Member Chiose has lifted that up, so we have been following that. Thank you to my sister here who also mentioned one of our partners, National Action Network. Thank you for your passion, and really just all thank you for your commitment and attendance. We're learning from you all also, so thank you.
Thank you. Let's give her another round of applause. So now we will hear for those of you who are just joining. First of all, thank you for being here. We want to acknowledge that there is an opportunity to hear from each person that's interested in providing testimony. If they have ideas for policy recommendations, you have an opportunity to sign up and speak for 3 minutes. And so we want to hear from you. But first, we have one more presentation. And these presentations are important for the commission, and it's important for you as New Yorkers to understand the work before us. And so I am honored to welcome Dr. William Darity Jr. and Kirsten Mullen, who are here with us today, and they are virtual. And I just want to describe a little bit about the work that they've been doing, because Dr. Darity is the Samuel Dubose Cook Distinguished Professor Emeritus of Public Policy, African and African American Studies and Economics at Duke University. He is widely regarded as one of the nation's leading scholars on racial inequity and the racial wealth gap, and reparations policy. I'm just excited that he's here today because I've read his books and we are just thrilled. Feels like a celebrity here for us. Joining him is Kirsten Mullen, a folklorist, educator, writer, and arts consultant who has dedicated her career to preserving and advancing African-American history, culture, and heritage. And they are both with us today. This is exciting. She has contributed to the major cultural initiatives, including the development of the Smithsonian's National Museum of African History and Culture. Folks, this is legacy in the room with us today, if you don't know. Together, they are co-authors of the influential book, From Here to Equality, Reparations for Black Americans in the 21st Century, which has shaped the national conversation on reparations and racial justice. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Darity and Ms. Mullen. Give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right.
Do we need to have share screen options to use the PowerPoint?
Okay, let's make sure our audio team can get that happening for you all.
Audio visual, are we set? Now we have to find the right PowerPoint.
Take your time. We're just here watching. No pressure.
Here we go. I think this is the right one. And we can go to the beginning.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to.
Of course. Can you put it on slideshow? Is that possible? So that it could just be a little bit bigger for us?
Sure, absolutely. Let's see, where is it here?
Right there.
From beginning.
Yep.
There we go.
Excellent.
Yeah.
But yes, I
There
was
we
saying,
go.
Thank you
Perfect.
so much for this invitation to engage in this critical conversation with you today. So our topic, resurrecting the promise of 40 acres, the imperative reparations for Black Americans. This. Okay. So we want to talk first about several things. The meaning of reparations, we'll be focusing on eligibility. And for us, that's Black American descendants of U.S. slavery. We're going to talk about how we have calculated what is owed. We'll talk about culpability, a matter of national responsibility. And then lastly, we'll talk about, to save time, we're not going to talk about learning from other cases, precedents for reparations. If there's some opportunity for questions, we can address that topic. So we like to talk. Let's see, I'm trying to advance the slide here.
Yeah, I was in trouble here. Advance.
We're having some difficulty advancing the slide.
Able to use the arrow keys on your
Yeah.
and see if that works.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
There you go.
So we like very much this quote from Malcolm X from 1964, and he says, "If you stick a knife in my back 9 inches and pull it out 6 inches, there's no progress. If you pull it all the way out, that's not progress. Progress is healing the wound that the blow made, and they haven't even pulled the knife out, much less heal the wound. They don't even admit the knife is there." Okay? So for us, pulling the knife out is essentially racial equity measures. Healing the wound is the redress that constitutes reparations. Healing is not a sufficient metaphor because there is no previous healthy condition to be restored. All right. So reparations for us, it's a program of acknowledgement, redress, and closure, a federal program. So by acknowledgement, we mean the culpable party's admission of responsibility for the atrocity. Admission should include an enumeration of the damages inflicted upon the victims and the advantages appropriated by the culpable party and an agreement to undertake redress. So the significance of acknowledgement for us is this is the moment when the perpetrators take responsibility for their actions. This is, we're talking about, race-specific proposals. Um, you know, let me see again. So the significance of acknowledgement, so is that, it can be, it can allow for race-specific proposals that we believe will meet the court's strict scrutiny standard. Redress. You see the dollar sign. So people say, it's only money. And we say, well, money is important. So acts of restitution, steps taken to heal the wound, monetary payments, and then closure in some ways. So this last component, conclosure, the C of ARC, matches the UN specifications of non-repetition. Okay. So, all right. Criteria for eligibility. All right. At least one ancestor, you'll be able to trace your lineage to one ancestor who was enslaved in the United States. So we're talking here about individuals who self-identified as Black on an official document for at least 12 years before enactment of reparations plan or a study commission on reparations. Okay. So and we're talking about the 3 phases of the atrocities. So people will talk about, slavery reparations. We kind of blanch at that, that title, because we're talking not just about chattel slavery, but about the Jim Crow era and ongoing atrocities. So chattel slavery absolutely is the crucible that produces white supremacy in this country. The Jim Crow era, this is legal segregation in America, also known as American apartheid. 100 massacres and their consequences for Black Americans. We're talking about massacres that began, at the end of the Civil War and continued through World War II. Ongoing atrocities, mass incarceration, mass incarceration, police executions of unarmed Black people, sustained credit, housing, and employment discrimination, and the immense Black-white wealth disparity. Black American descendants of U.S. slavery have borne and continue to bear the undue burden of the cumulative effects of all 3 of these phases of the nation's trajectory of racial injustice. Right? So, we focus on this lineage standard because we want to, we are aware that there are individuals who have been living as white who could trace their ancestry to, one individual who was enslaved. And those individuals would not be eligible for reparations from our point of view. We certainly think that Black Americans who do not have a U.S. slavery lineage are due reparations, but not from the United States government. For example, CARICOM is seeking reparations for the 26 countries, individual 26 countries of the Caribbean. All right. Identity standard, again, one of the purposes here, and this is really important, is to, to prevent people who are living as white, who might wake up tomorrow and say they were Black, and then attempt to recoup reparations.
So a point of emphasis in our work is the gap in wealth between Black and white Americans. And so I'd like to share some information about the national scope of the problem and then talk more specifically about what we know about New York State. So with respect to the national scope of the problem, if you were to calculate the wealth gap on the basis of the absolute difference between the net worth that is held by the average white household and the average Black household, you can see a pattern here dating from 1989 that presents a picture of a widening gap. And in fact, if you were to stretch this image back to 1870, you would see, again, a continuing process of the gap widening across the years. And so we have a situation in which the racial wealth gap continues to increase, and it increases even if you make an adjustment for inflation. So the real value of the racial wealth gap has continued to rise over the years. This is a description of the stock market value of the 40 acres and a mule that was, well, not the mule, but just the land, that was promised to the freedmen at the end of the Civil War, but was never delivered. And as you can see here, if you were to use the rate of inflation, the rate of inflation as an adjustment over this long period of time, as well as the average rate of return on on investments on the New York Stock Exchange, which is in the vicinity of 8 to 9%, then we're talking about a relatively spectacular value of $30 billion. That is, the right-hand column is millions of dollars. I'm sorry, $30 trillion by approximately 2020 or so. So that's a lost value that we could associate with the inability to transfer the value of the 40 acres onto stocks that are traded on the New York Stock Exchange. Okay. But of course, I think that that's an extreme measure. The 9% value is something that's not associated with the general run of assets in the United States. So instead, what we thought might be a more accurate way to characterize the disparity that's relevant to the well-being of Black Americans in the most fundamental way is to look at the racial wealth gap as it prevails in the present moment. And using data from the most recent survey of consumer finances, the 2022 data from the Federal Reserve, we come up with a figure of a total of about 16 to 20 trillion dollars as the magnitude of the racial wealth gap in the United States. And we're going to argue that that should be an object for closure from a reparations plan. An alternative, however, is to measure the amount due on the basis of the racial longevity gap, the average shortfall in the expected years of life between Blacks and whites, using the average statistical value of a human life, which has been estimated now at about $10 million per person. And if we were to use this as an alternative measure of what is due to Black American descendants of U.S. slavery, then the amount would be closer to 28 to 30 trillion dollars, virtually doubling the amount that is associated with focusing on the racial wealth gap. Now, people frequently argue that it's inappropriate to look at the mean gap because the median captures the more typical or representative experience of most members of a community or a population. But we have argued that if you're thinking about the racial wealth gap, you really should look at the difference at the mean, which is in the 2022 data from the Survey of Consumer Finances comes to approximately $1.15 million per household. And that's a figure that's of such a magnitude that Black households would have to save 100% of their income for close to 30 consecutive years to close that gap. Now, we argue that a reparations plan should target the mean rather than the median. And this is because 97% of the wealth held by white households is held by those with a net worth above the white median. More than 25% of white families have a net worth of at least $1 million or more, while only 4% of Black families meet that standard. And finally, we need to point out that white working class households have 2 to 3 times the wealth of Black professional class households. So these differentials in wealth are not attributable to the fact that there's a handful of white billionaires at the upper end of the wealth distribution. And indeed, there are a handful of white billionaires at the upper end of the wealth distribution, but the concentration of wealth that results in our focus on the mean is also associated with a larger share of the white population that is at the upper end of the distribution. Now, I said that we were going to try to provide some information that is New York State specific. And so the question is, how expensive would it be for New York State to close the racial wealth gap for its Black residents, particularly those Black residents who were deemed eligible for reparations? So the median gap in wealth in the state is about $265,000. If we assume that 2/3 of the 3 million or so residents of the state of New York would be characterized as eligible for some form of reparations by this commission, the amount that would be required per person would be $66,250. And if 2/3 of the Black residents are eligible, that would amount to about 2 million people, resulting in a bill of $132.5 billion. Now, that's about half of the state's budget of $270 billion. So it's not an impossible mission, but it would be a very difficult mission to try to close the wealth gap, even at the median. On the other hand, if you were trying to close the wealth gap using the national standard for the gap at $400,000 per person, then it would require a bill or an expenditure of $800 billion to close the wealth gap for 2/3 of the state's Black residents. And indeed, if you use the longevity standard instead, then given the fact that the average age gap between the typical Black resident of New York State and the typical white resident of New York State is about 5 years, an estimate that we arrive at is a cost of $1.4 trillion to compensate for the longevity differential. So the last phase of our comments that we'd like to share with you today concerns the question of culpability, responsibility, and who is the prime source for meeting the reparations bill. And we argue that Black reparations are not a matter of personal or individual institutional guilt. Black reparations are a matter of national responsibility. And so as a consequence, we then argue that piecemeal efforts by individuals, organizations, localities are bound to be insufficient for the purposes of meeting the terms of a reparations project. The first problem is that most efforts frequently constitute acknowledgement, admitting that atrocities were committed. For example, the United States Congress, both houses of Congress in 2008 and 2009 offered apologies for reparations, but the Senate's resolution specifically said that this was not a statement that was going to be a prelude to an act of reparations. So these measures that might be followed by an apology are inadequate attempts at redress. The allocation of funds for research or the construction of memorials, college scholarships, housing vouchers, rather than substantial compensatory direct payments to Black Americans are all steps that fall short of what is merited and what is due. They're also going to be subscale, and this is related to the previous point. If at least $16 trillion is required to eliminate the Black-white wealth disparity, the state and local governments throughout the United States are incapable of meeting that target. The combined budgets of all states and municipalities are less than $5 trillion. On the other hand, if we relied upon private donations, created a fund that private donors generously put $1 billion into the fund on a monthly basis, it would take a millennium to reach $16 trillion. And then finally, they're not systemic. These kinds of incremental efforts will not fundamentally change the conditions of structural, racial, economic inequality for Black Americans in the United States. So we also want to go further to talk about what we view as the limitations of state and local initiatives. We describe them as being incomplete, inconsistent, and inequitable. As I just pointed out, the total combined budgets of all states and localities in the United States is slightly less than $5 trillion. The minimum bill for reparations at the national level would be $16 trillion. So state and local initiatives would intrinsically be incomplete. They're also inconsistent because there's no significant coordinated effort across the states and localities that have put forward reparations initiatives. And so as a consequence, there are differences in who is deemed eligible. There are differences in terms of what type of form of restitution is provided to recipients. And of course, in those states and localities where no initiative is being taken, there will be no restitution whatsoever, not necessarily inadequate restitution.
Is there voluntary?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then finally, they'll be inequitable because of the inconsistencies across the states and localities in terms of what's being provided. So this is why we think that comprehensive reparations necessarily requires national action. Now, does this mean that states and localities shouldn't do anything? Well, no, absolutely not. And here are three things that we think should be priorities for state and local initiatives. And this is our recommendation to the commission. So the first is, I think it's vital that we set the historical record straight about the nature of the atrocities. And this is particularly important in the present moment where the current federal regime is attempting to engage in an erasure of an accurate history of what has happened in the United States. So setting the historical record straight is vital. Second thing is, states and localities should identify and eliminate barriers that they have produced to healthy and fulfilling Black lives. In the context of the California Reparations Task Force report, to which we contributed advice as pro bono consultants, there were a number of problems that were specific to California, including the racialized use of eminent domain. And so I think one of the critical tasks for any commission of this type is to identify the policies that are specific to their state or their locality that are doing damage to Black lives and to reverse those policies. And then third and finally, it's important for these state and local organizations to engage in a more coordinated effort and to aggressively support the production of a comprehensive national plan for reparations for Black American descendants of U.S. slavery. So we would love to see states and localities that are committed to the reparations project to come together and petition and lobby Congress for a national reparations program that is a true reparations program. And we'd also love to see the American people writ large throw the rascals out who are currently in Congress and put a legislative body in place that will be committed to the provision of true reparations for Black American descendants of U.S. slavery. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Darity and Ms. Mullen, do you have time for a couple of questions from the commission?
Yes, we do.
Okay, first of all, thank you very much. Can we give them another round of applause, please?
Yeah, we lost audio.
So as usual, I will yield the floor to my colleagues that are here. Commissioners, I know that the vice chair, I see her taking lots of notes. You may have questions, so go ahead.
First of all, I want to thank you, Dr. Darity and Ms. Mullen, for being here. For those who don't know, I'm always talking about Dr. Darity because to me, he is the preeminent expert in this area. And so we want to honor that. At least that's my sentiment about you. And unfortunately, I believe last year his Twitter, which he was very active on, was hacked. So Dr. Darity, at the end, perhaps give us where we can reach you now. But I want to first say to Ms. Mullen, listening to you in your opening, standing on your square, introducing information that is useful for those who are not descendants of Black Americans, such as CARICOM, who does operate to help restore descendants from the Caribbean islands. I think that it gets glossed over, but I'm so glad you said it in your opening, because you moved it out of the way so that you can get to the business at hand. And throughout your presentation, so this is more of a statement, I suppose, than a question at this point. I am just really happy and pleased to hear your voice, though I've read it in the pages of your book. I love the fact that you gave the example of Malcolm X's quote about the knife. And so many of us love Malcolm, but we've never heard it couched in the framework of reparations. So again, thank you so much. I think that it is time for us to actually hear the recommendations coming from scholars such as yourselves about how we do reparations. This has been a statement. He has been very consistent in all the years I've been studying and following Dr. Darity about state and local initiatives not being sufficient to do the true work of reparations. And I do appreciate that third bullet. And we would probably invite you to tell us or steer us into the direction where those organizations are being formed so that we can do some national work. And of course, that last piece goes without saying about the elected officials. But here I wanted to ask about, this is very important because in this room, there are a lot of researchers. And for you to have been able to extrapolate 2 million or of the 2/3 of Blacks in the state of New York is very significant. I've done my research, have not been able to find it. Can you put us on to where you were able to get to the 2 million who are Black American descendants, or fitting the criteria that you stated, at least one ancestor who was enslaved in the United States, one who self-identified as Black on an official document for at least 12 years before enactment of reparation plans or study commissions. I think that's so critically important. I appreciate that. Can you help us out, those of us who are novice researchers and the organizations represented in this room?
So actually, that was a fairly arbitrary number.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to
all-
demonstrate how difficult it would be for the state to fund an authentic reparations program that would eliminate the racial wealth gap, even if it only provided those funds for 2/3 of the Black residents of the state. However, New York, like many of the New England states, is a state with a substantial population of Black people who are of more recent immigration. And that figure in New England and in New York is somewhere in the vicinity of 25 to 30% of the population. So, just coincidentally, the 2 million figure would not be far off the mark if reparations was provided exclusively to those folks who were Black American descendants of U.S. slavery. But the bigger point I was trying to make is it would be even much more expensive and difficult if you tried to provide reparations to the entire Black resident population of the state.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that incredibly informative presentation. As a historian, I was thrilled to hear you talk about Dr. Darity setting the historical record straight. I think that is foundational to making a case for reparations for the New York State Reparations Commission. We need to document and promote the history of Black New Yorkers from 1626 to present time. All of that information is available, and you're correct. The current administration is bent on erasing the history, the accomplishments of African Americans in the United States and in New York State in particular. So it is our duty to make certain that we bring forth that history, which will inform the harms and also lead us to the recommendations. So thank you so much for your presentation, Ms. Mullen and Dr. Darity.
Thank you.
So this is Commissioner Hogues. Every question that I had, you answered them as you continued on in your presentation. So I won't belabor the moment. I just want to thank the two of you as well for being with us here and providing that, that amazing information and the recommendations. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honored to be
Thank you. Yes, we are honored that you both joined us today. And we don't have time for a lot of community questions. So we'll take two, but they must be questions, okay? So if you have to them about their presentation today. So if you want to do a public comment, we'll have an opportunity for you to sign up for public comment. But this is your question to Dr. Darity and Ms. Mullen about their presentation. And so we'll take two questions. We have one in the front and then, okay, thank you.
First to put their hands up.
All right.
Yes,
And if you just
honorable,
state your name and then.
honorable commissioners, certainly we thank you for being present here today.
Thank you.
In the interest of expediency, I would like to ask both doctors whether the currency that is being considered for settlement of reparations is strictly dollars, or whether land could be considered as part of that package of repayment. I'm also wanting to know if bonds could be established that could, the Treasury could establish a particular reparation bond that could very quickly meet the amount of monies that are required. In addition, we currently have many different types of currency that are being generated. There are cryptocurrencies and other forms of currencies that could become a part of the repayment of reparations quickly.
So I'd like to start. Thank you very much for the question. We always say that it's important that part of the repayment be a check. For symbolic reasons and for substantive reasons, it needs to include a check. But we also think that it's perfectly fine that some of the compensation be less liquid. You mentioned bonds. So if we're talking about a trust or an annuity, different types of financial assets that could be, in the name of the claimant, but they could not be used immediately, stretch over a period of time. It's also possible that the reparations payments could be made to the community of eligibility over, say, a maximum of 10 years to stretch that out. This would reduce the likelihood of inflation. On the question of land, we would say, give the money directly to the individuals who are eligible and let them decide how they want to spend it. This is exactly what happened in the case of Japanese Americans who were wrongfully incarcerated in the United States during World War II. Checks were made out to those individuals. This is what happened and continues to happen for the individuals and the estates of victims of the Holocaust. Checks were written to those individuals in their names, and they made the decision about whether or not they wanted to create other kinds of institutions, if they wanted to buy land, if they wanted to, to repatriate. But it's important, we think, that payments be made directly to the individuals who are eligible. And maybe Cindy can speak a bit on this, the different types of currency. I would think that you would want to avoid cryptocurrencies
Yeah.
and just stick with US, currency. but I don't know if you have any other
Well,
thoughts about that.
yeah,
Or
I
Bitcoin
mean,
or-
we also think that these are funds that should be publicly provided. And the nature of cryptocurrency is that it's a private money,
Yeah.
and it's also highly speculative and highly volatile. So, you know, my feeling is if individuals wanted to take their reparations funds and participate in the cryptocurrency market, all well and good, that's up to them. But they should not be receiving cryptocurrencies as a form of reparations. But I do want to emphasize the point that Kirsten was making about the fact that we think that the form of the monetary payments should be a portfolio of assets and not a single type of asset, not just a check, but a check should be part of the payments.
Thank you. One last question. So we'll take the last question. So we won't take any more questions, so we are sorry. You can write your questions down and we will have a Q&A, but we have a full program. So we thank you all for being here. This is the last question for you all, Kirsten Mullen and Dr. Darity. So thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to ask how reliable is the research that would define the descendants of slaves? For example, my grandmother cannot read or write, and I know that we're descendants of slaves, but how would we or she go about documenting and proving that? I don't know if the records themselves exist or if they are reliable in terms of slaves. Sometimes they weren't even counted or recognized. That's my question.
Okay. So just one thing I just want to clarify too. Just want to make sure that this is their research. And so this is not necessarily what the commission is recommending. Just want to make sure that we distinguish that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, and we'll make room for our presenters. The floor is yours.
So, you know, the US Census records are where we would start. You know, you can work forwards or backwards, and you start with yourself and your parents, looking to see what appears there. If you have any information about your family on, you know, on your mother or your father's side, you know, if let's look at your, I don't know if it was your maternal or your paternal grandmother, but let's say it's the side of your family where you know a little bit more about your history, and you know that there's an ancestor who had been enslaved. You know, if you look at the 1870 census and you have some knowledge of your ancestor who would have been alive in 1860, but they're not included in the 1860 census, the likelihood is almost 100% that they were enslaved, right? So, you know, being able to go backwards, you know, from where you start is an excellent way to do it. The other point I'd like to make too is that we would propose that the federal government create an agency that was staffed with professional genealogists, and make that service free of charge to individuals who were seeking to make a claim. But it is, I think, you know, I'm not sure what research, you know, if you're going to do any of this research yourself, but there are a tremendous number of resources available online now. It's amazing what you can find. The Freedmen's Bureau records, for example, are all accessible online. Some of you may be aware of the work of Callie House, who was one of the earliest Black Americans who sought reparations for Black people. This is like immediately after the Civil War. Her organization at one point had 300,000 members. This is, you know, we're talking about the late 1800s, 1898. And the application that those 300,000 and 300,000 was the number that the federal government came up with. So it probably was actually an even larger number of individuals that were paying, you know, paid members. They paid $0.25 a month to be members of her organization. But the application called for them to include their names, when they had been enslaved, to list as to the best of their ability, not just the last person who had enslaved them, but if they had been sold several times, the previous enslavers. So, your database would consist of all of these individuals. So we have a lot of different ways to come at, our individual history through the different resources that are currently available.
Yeah, and one of the things
Thank you.
that's a possibility is for the commission to potentially recommend the establishment of a state level genealogical agency that could perform that kind of service. One last thought I'd like to share is that I think that there could be a tremendous opportunity for some collaboration between your commission and the commission in Illinois, the state of Illinois.
Thank you. So I just want to, before we give you all a hand, I just want to ask you both, how do we contact you? How do individuals learn more? Do they follow you on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, or X now? So let us know how we can get in touch.
We will do that.
We will.
Yes.
Okay.
No.
Right now.
I'm asking like, no, how do you, as far as social media, are you on social media? So if you want, if we want to follow you, are you on any social media?
I'm on Blue Sky now.
Okay.
And just as Sandy Darity. Yeah.
Okay. So we just want to make sure that folks can follow you and continue to watch the great work that you are leading and sharing. So we thank you on behalf of the commission, Kirsten Mullen and Dr. William Darity. Thank you. We want to thank both of our sets of speakers. We also want to thank Jerica L. Richardson from the National Urban League. And we want to thank you all for being here today in Harlem. We are at the National Urban League Conference Center. We want to again thank President Mark Morial for hosting us today and making room for us to all be here. This is certainly the house that was built for this community, but stewarded by President Morial. So we want to thank the National Urban League team. Also want to thank the New York State Community Commission on Reparations Remedies, our vendors and staff. And I also want to I need to just ask again, for those that are here by flyer, just raise your hand. If you came in by a flyer today, thank you for coming. Yeah, a week ago. I love it. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your willingness to learn more about the commission. We are going to take a brief 10-minute break. If you have not had an opportunity to sign up to speak, there's a paper right outside. You can sign up so that you'll have an opportunity to share your public testimony. We'll take a break and then we'll hear from our elected officials, and then we'll get into right into our public testimony where we will hear from you all. So thank you again for being here. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
Folks, a quick housekeeping note. If you could move one seat down to your left, if you are able, if you stay or if you come back, please move down a few seats to your left to allow people who have come through security to get a seat. Thank you.
you for being here. I need a favor from you all. We're going to try to make an aisle down the middle for you all to come down and provide your testimony. Typically, we try to make space for people. If you can't get up, we'll try to pass you the mic, but we're going to just ask that you please try to make space for one another to come down the aisle. I also want to just provide just a few things that I'm going to ask if you all would be and how we will be with one another while we prepare testimony. So when we're in this space, if you have a phone call to make, or if you need to have a sidebar conversation, we're going to ask you to just take it right on out. There are plenty of doors for you to just step out the room, but we want to honor the space. We want to honor, yes, let's give that a round of applause. So we want to honor the space. We also want to honor the mic. So there will be people that will coming up, will get the mic. You'll have 3 minutes. You'll have 3 minutes to have the microphone. We ask that when the buzzer stops, or when I ask you to stop, that you stop, okay? Or we'll just turn the mic off. But we're asking you to honor the time. And we will make more time for you by you can go out in the hall and you can call 518-473-3997 and finish your testimony. Or you could even start all over again. You can take 20 minutes on testimony. But this live stream testimony only has room for your 3 minutes. But we do want to honor your voice and make more room for you so you can do that. If you didn't get the number, it's 518-473-3997. So again, I'm going to ask that we be a certain way. One, when we're in this room, that we take side conversations out of the room so that we can honor the mic. We also want to ask that if your phone rings, you take it out of the room. We also need to be respectful of the other person. Not everyone is going to say what we agree with. We still honor them, right? We thank them for being here, and we allow them to speak for their 3 minutes. So we're not going to boo them, hiss them, or whatever that is. We're not going to do that here in Harlem. We're going to honor the mic. Can we agree to be that way? Thank you. Thank you. You know. So we will be that way. So I want to thank you all for being here. We are in Harlem. Let's get started. We are in Harlem. All right. So for those that are doing the sidebar conversations, we're going to stop right now so we can honor Harlem. All right. And we're going to honor the space. We are with the International Urban League. I am excited about your testimony. We have so far 3 pages of public testimony. Individuals signed up for public testimony. But I have one person on here that is certainly signed up first. And so I am grateful that our public advocate is here. Jamani Williams is here. Let's give him a round of applause for being with us. And public advocate, we're going to have you come here and provide testimony, or if you want to grab the middle mic, it's up to you. We'd love for you to come to the podium. Yes, and with the baby today. It should be on. Yep, it's on. Yes. Can we make sure that there's volume for the public advocate, please? Thank you.
Hello, hello. Oh, thank you so much. Peace and blessing, love and light to everyone. Good afternoon, commissioners of the village of Harlem. I want to begin by thanking everyone for coming together in courage and in commitment to justice. What is happening here is historic and is necessary. As was mentioned, my name is Jamani Williams, public advocate of the city of New York, and the highest ranking Black elected official in the city. At the outset, I want to note that many of the safeguards put in place to prevent a return to the kind of nation that now owes reparations are being stripped away, like the Voting Rights Act, and that instead Donald Trump is trying to pay reparations to January 6 rioters. With that said, we have to be honest that this isn't just about the South or about DC. When you learn that the first commodity traded on Wall Street was not stocks or bonds, but human beings, Black Africans, that truth changes you. At least it should. It forces us to face what too many still try to deny, that New York, not just the South, profited from the institution of slavery. We must confront the parts of our past that many try not to think about, if not completely erase. the harm that has been wrought on Black bodies and communities in our history and reverberating from it. It is something we need to address not only individually, but as a government. We can only look at the history of the Statue of Liberty that has the chains hidden on the foot because they did not want to acknowledge the freedom that was given to them, to Black Africans. Many of the financial and insurance institutions that exist in New York City today directly profited from enslaving people, from Domino Sugar, Brooks Brothers, JP Morgan Chase, Wells Fargo, Citibank, Bank of America, Aetna, New York Life, and AIG, to name a few. To our elite academic institutions, the generational wealth that keeps these businesses open today was generated from the labor of enslaved people. The wealth of this country, New York City and state, was built on the backs of enslaved Black individuals, and the echoes of that injustice still reshape our system today. Reparations are not about charity, they are about justice. Reparations can be defined by the act of making amends for a past wrong, injury, or justice. They are about repairing harm. They are about accountability and restitution. The harm of the institution of slavery did not end when the law changed, and more than the benefits and privilege of such wealth disappeared for those who profited from slavery. It continued through segregation, redlining, mass incarceration, the inequities that define our economy, our schools, and our health outcomes today. These are not accidents. They are the results of choices and policies that can and must be undone, like giving acres of land and millions of dollars to help communities that look like the owners of enslaved human beings, while ignoring the promise of even the 40 acres and a mule promised to those humans recently freed. As so many across the country are intentionally trying to erase or rewrite our history, New York has a chance to do something different, to confront the truth and act on it. That means centering the voices of those most impacted, the descendants of the enslaved and Black New Yorkers who continue to experience systemic harm. Policy should never be written for people, but with them. I know that there are many ways of thinking about reparations, and I would like to address them. I understand each of these perspectives and the deep moral convictions that shape them, and I'd like to briefly address them. I want to affirm, in my opinion, that direct descendants of slaves should be the focus of any direct payments or form of reparations. I also acknowledge we have to overcome difficulties with proving that lineage and eligibility might ultimately limit the people who should be reached, but we should be exploring how best to make that possible. A lineage-based reparation system should include any Black American in the US whose ancestors were trafficked as property for labor. The institutions that propped up chattel slavery in this country benefited from the trade across the Americas. And of course, our focus today is limited to the impact the New York government had. At the same time, it's indisputable that the systems of anti-Blackness built on the institution of slavery have had an impact beyond the individuals who can trace their roots directly to an enslaved person in this country. I am the son of Ghanaian immigrants, and any form of direct payment should likely come from England, not the US and not New York. Yet the vestiges, you may not clap for all of it, so sorry. Yet the vestiges of slavery are everywhere for people who look like me, my mother, and my daughters. That's why I believe any reparations plan should also include investing in repairing harm in the Black communities and tearing down the systems that were built on bondage intentionally by government. The generational trauma of slavery, Jim Crow, mass incarceration, systemic disinvestment has resulted in disparity in the Black community in terms of life expectancy. Recipients of reparations should also be eligible for earlier benefits from Social Security and Medicare after participating in the workforce. That's for the direct payments that should go to direct descendants. Lastly, it's important to acknowledge that a direct payment is an extremely important part of reparations. Yet a check may not solve the scope of the issue. The scope of anti-Blackness ingrained in this country is diabolically insidious. I can imagine a scenario where as soon as those checks flow to the descendants of enslaved Africans, other predatory measures will be taken, including even higher prices for a house than before the checks were issued. Not to mention things like poll taxes and aforementioned redlining. The systems are designed for communities that look like the enslaved not to succeed. And if they do, you see the immediate backlash. In Reconstruction, the rise of KKK, the burning of successful Black towns, and currently in response to the first Black president, a second term of a white supremacist thought in the White House. Or even worse, when you succeed, they blame it on a false understanding of DEI. Reparations and repairing harm can come in many ways, but it must be bold, tangible, and sustained. It must be direct payments for descendants of those in slavery and dealing with the systemic issues that have arisen since then. What's clear, though, is that nothing is not an option we should choose. I also hope we should not argue about who gets 100% of nothing. This is not just about looking back. It's about moving forward. It's about building a future where equity and dignity are not distant goals, but everyday truths. When we repair the harm done to Black people, we repair our collective humanity. And remember, the U.S. government has paid reparations in the past to the people who were enslaving. The District of Columbia Compensated Emancipation Act paid $300 per person to slavers, not to the people who themselves were enslaved. As our nation celebrates 250 years and looks back on its history, that accounting needs to be honest about who was harmed, what was built, and what we owe. In 1852, Frederick Douglass wrote, "What to the slave is the 4th of July." The question now is, what to their descendants is the 250th birthday? And more specific today, what is it to the New York descendants? Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, New York City Public Advocate Jamani Williams, thank you for being here with us today. If you would all allow me to call our first public testimony speaker, Queen Mother Blakely. She's first. We're going to bring the microphone to her, and if you want to sit, or you can stand with we appreciate your presence, but we'll make room for you, but you will still have 3 minutes, Mother. We love you.
Thank you. In the spirit of my ancestors, it would take longer than 3 minutes for Queen Mother to tell you what you need to know. But in the spirit of Queen Mother Audley Moore, she carried reparations for 87 years. She lived in Harlem, over almost 100 years old. She asked me to carry on for her. I was with her for 20 years, and only one single word she mentioned, and that word was reparations. She said, "Honey, they owe you for the greatest crime ever committed against you. Go get your money, honey. Go get your money." And I add to it after being with her for 20 years, and then I continued the work at the United Nations for 30 years. We just been able, as March the 25th, 2026, through President John Mahama of Ghana, and their reparation, we won the resolution at the United Nations. But I worked for 30 years. So for 50 years, from the Royal Court of Harlem, and as the community mayor of Harlem, I'm so moved that our brother that I know from the National Urban League now, please give him my regards and best respect, coming out of Louisiana. And it's a joy that all of you are here to testify. I would like for them to ask the governor, allow Queen Mother to be an advisor to you at the international level, as I now embark on around the world for the next 3 years of $3 trillion I would work on throughout the world. And with that, we want to make sure that sustainable dollars, or whatever those natural resources we end up with, we'll be able to use for sustainable development in our community and what the community want to do with their reparations. I will say, stay on the sacred path of life, intergenerational. Queen Mother's going on 85 and been in Harlem for 68 years. I think I could still represent Harlem. And I'm so proud that you came to Harlem. Blessings upon all of you. Reparations, reparations, reparations now from Geneva, Switzerland. Blessings.
Thank you, Queen Mother. I hope that we all can follow the Queen Mother's example and stay within your time frame. And we thank you for honoring that. So thank you. So with that, we're going to begin with Alan J. Singer. And I want to apologize in advance if I say your name incorrectly or if you have a bad handwriting and I can't read it. So I apologize. But Alan, you're going to go, if that's for us, you're going to go over there to that microphone. All right. Be careful walking up on me. I'm still from Brooklyn, Alan. All right. All right.
I'm a lifetime New Yorker. Bronx, Brooklyn, and Queens.
All right.
So I'm an historian, a professor emeritus at Hofstra University, a lifetime New Yorker. African-American history is central to understanding this country in the past and today, which is why some form of reparations for the centuries of slavery and racism is required for the country to move forward. On December 18th, 1865, Congressman Thaddeus Stevens from Pennsylvania joined debate on how to treat the traitorous Confederate States and on support for newly freed people who had been enslaved in the United States and British North America for almost 250 years. He warned, and this is a quote, "If we fail in this great duty now, when we have the power, we shall deserve and receive the excoriation of history and of all future ages." The United States failed to rectify injustice in the past, and it is failing once again. After the Civil War, Congress passed and states ratified the 13th, 14th, and 15th Reconstruction Amendments, and then a right-wing dominated Supreme Court proceeded to systematically emasculate the amendments and supporting legislation. It was not until the 1960s that new legislation was put in place, and we now have a Supreme Court gutting the Voting Rights Act of 1965, and we have the Trump administration has launched a systematic campaign to undermine civil rights protections. It has cut funding for the enforcement of all the civil rights actions. With the Supreme Court ruling against Voting Rights Act and the Trump administration's refusal to enforce the Civil Rights Act, they are trying to repeal the legacy of that 1960s Second Reconstruction and to return the United States to an era of Jim Crow segregation and racism institutionalized in the past. These are the things that we must fight. And just as a brief, quick aside, New York City and state are named after the Duke of York, who later became the British King James II. He was the head of the Royal African Company, and in that capacity, he was the largest slave trader in the history of the world, and our city and state are named after him. Thank you very much.
Singer, we actually referenced that in our presentation, so thank you, thank you. Okay, I appreciate that, and you can also email us for those that have things that they would like to submit to the commission. You can email us at you can go to the website ny.gov/reparations, but I have taken pictures of that for us to email for moving forward. So just want to thank you all for being here. I'm going to call up just the next two so that you can prepare, because I know there's a lot of movement that needs to happen. And thank you all for honoring the voices that we've heard thus far. So next we'll have Dr. John Derek Norvell, and then Dr. Jackie Cody. Are you together? You're speaking together? Okay, I'm sorry. So I didn't see that. Okay, I see it actually. So just you can come behind him, or you'll go first, whoever. Okay, go ahead. Please just introduce yourselves. So Dr. Cody, if you could hold. Oh, okay. Yes, that would be, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Cody. Dr. Cody, yeah, she also handed out flyers today at NAN, so thank you, Dr. Cody.
Yeah, thank you. My remarks will be brief. I will be giving my remaining time to Dr. Novell. Honors to Callie House and Isaiah Dickinson. These reparations must only be for foundational Black American freedmen, descendants who are lineage here in these United States. This is not an all-in-one Black diaspora opportunity. Policies that were earlier stated are already in place. What is lacking is the will to see FBA freedmen descendants in the United States get what their ancestors fought and died for. The only reparative justice can be cash payment, land ownership, and a hate crime bill specifically for FBA freedmen, descendants of Black, Indigenous, and African ancestors. Every other group in the Black diaspora can get their reparative justice in the place that they are lineage to. These reparations could have already been addressed under Democrats, but they were not, and I do not expect anything from Republicans. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Sandra.
I'm sorry. I just want to say that the time doesn't extend to 5 minutes, although she yielded. Each person gets 3 minutes, okay? I just want to acknowledge that. And if you could just introduce yourself again so that I have that. We didn't have your name. If we could just honor the one mic, please. So we didn't get her. I don't remember getting her name. So if I can just get your name again.
She said Sandra Thomas.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Thomas. I apologize. So you had 3 minutes. So
Oh,
you,
so I have 3 minutes.
so you'll have 3 minutes. No, you have,
Oh, she has someone left?
it doesn't work like that.
That's what she asked.
No, you didn't ask me. You told me. But I just want to say, it doesn't work like that. He'll have 3 minutes, but thank you.
Okay.
All right.
First-
I appreciate that. And so now I'm making it, thank you, thank you. The process is the process, so we're gonna keep going. Thank you. We're wasting the time. We're gonna go ahead. Thank you. Okay, are you ready, sir?
Yes,
Are you
I am.
ready, sir?
First,
Thank
I'd
you.
like
We'll
to
start
show
the
two
timer.
things. I like to things first. Firstly, this is a very, very auspicious period because this is the 400th anniversary of the Black community of New York. 400 years, 1626 to 2026. And also, this is a celebration of our holiday that was with that. It was the Dutch called it Pinkster. That's why we call the Pinkster community, but it was known as Pentecost. It was African Pentecost brought over by 11 Congolese and Angolans from the Congolese Angolan Empire that was a Catholic empire controlled by the Africans themselves. And they were hoodwinked over here to be slaves, to be indentured servants, which grew into more and more and more chattel slavery. We just had the celebration last Saturday at the African Burial Ground, the 400th anniversary. And I tell you, of our electeds, none of them gave us proclamations, as they should have. Now, I want to show you an original proclamation that came with the first celebration at the African Burial Ground, and this was by Patterson. And this was initiating what was there. And then afterwards, there was also the legislative resolution, because under that African Burial Ground, upstate in Albany, they have our ancestors. And this is a resolution that be changed. Our ancestors are buried under the assembly, under the state capitol. And it's been buried since 1811, and there's nothing there to say that they were there. And this was done to stop Pinkster, to stop the Pinkster celebration. Because see, we had a Pinkster king. And that Pinkster king went around saying, "Hi, Bamba, 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 come together. We will be a strong and free people." But you know what? They were Catholics in a world that was Protestant, Dutch Reformed, and they didn't like that much. But he gained the respect of not only the Native Americans, because it was Native American marriages, the Lenape and the Africans. That's why there was no real need for the wall, because there was those marriages. And then afterwards, he became the spokesman, not only for the Native Lenape, but also for the indentured whites as well. And that's when they decided to outlaw that holiday in 1811. So that holiday, we want recognized. It's the holiday of the city. When New York was the capital of this country, it moved to Philadelphia when Philadelphia was the capital of this country. The whole middle Atlantic states had Pinkster. Vermont was with us, they had Pinkster. And the New England states, they wanted it too. And then the blacks wanted it too. And it was, oh, no, that's a problem. It's too heathen. And they said, oh, wait, we'll do what they do in New York. We'll have the Native Americans. Oh, no. Tell you what we'll do. We'll have Election Day. So it's Election Day for
Thank you, Dr. Derek, Dr. John Derek Norvell. We thank you. Dr. Norvell, I just want to say that if you want to share more We welcome you with that energy that you have now. You can call 518-473. You can go right there, 3997, and finish that, because we want that information. We just don't have the time to continue right now. Yes. I want to make room for Dr. Jenkins.
I just want to thank you, Dr. Norvell, because he has been to many of our public hearings, sharing with us about Pinkster. And I love it that you have not given up and you've persisted. So we really appreciate you. And I'm sorry we were not able to be there with you, because you have been telling us for months about it. But I'm glad you were able to celebrate. And we do want to recognize former Governor Patterson for giving that proclamation. Continue to do the work and tell us more about it. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Norvell. We appreciate you. Next is Dr. Cody. Dr. Cody, you will have 3 minutes. You can take it from there or over there, but we thank you for holding the microphone for Dr. Norvell.
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. This message is for us here. First, see me if you want to be part of galvanizing faith-based leaders' action on moral need to make amends on June 10th virtual and June 17th in person. The need for reparations is old news. Reparations is necessary, and it's time to stop playing, like the sister in the orange said back there, full stop. Repetitive messaging, attacks, and divisiveness are not needed. We are literally in this fight together. Tina Turner said, what does love have to do with it? Well, I say, what does like got to do with it? You ain't got to like me. As a matter of fact, when you're too busy sharing progressive ideas, plans of action, and answers towards reaching our mutual goals of repairing and restitution, you don't have time trying to tear one another down using the same points we already all agree on. So I implore us to not waste time ripping into one another and focus on sharing ways of how reparations can and will happen now. Thus, most importantly, please pay close attention and support reparations adjacent bills and legislation so that we can start repairing ourselves in our communities. For example, support the Stop the Shock bills, which aims to stop sending millions of our New York State dollars and our children out of state to the Judge Rotenberg Center to be tortured and mistreated. Also, pass the citywide leadership team bills to put education stakeholders at the decision-making table so we can be actively engaged in making sure our tax dollars give access to high-quality educational opportunities to Black students, replacing the cradle to prison pipeline with the birth to prosperity conduit. Solutions, not suspensions of our Black children, housing legislation to stop deed theft and help victims of it get their homes back, and so much more. Let's pay attention and work together. Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, more than a half a century ago, that it's time for the government to write the check. We would have had our reparations already had we united and claimed it collectively. Let's work together. Thank you very much.
Oh. Thank you, Dr. Cody. With that, the next, and I just want to say, if the audio team can just show that slide there, for those that still want to provide testimony, you can't see it there. If you can just make the full PowerPoint, because the phone number is on that, and so is the email. And I want to make sure that you all know we want to honor everybody's time, but unfortunately, we only have 3 minutes. And I'm so glad that you all are here with us today in Harlem. And so if you don't have enough time, you can call the number 518-473-3997. This number is on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So if you wake up at 3 a.m., and the idea pops in your head, I get those 3 a.m. wake ups, you can call that number. You can also email reparations commissions at reparationsny.ny.gov. We can get your any type of artifacts that you have that you'd like to share, your pictures. Doctor, we would love to get those pictures that you have. We would like to include that in our research. So please, we welcome that. With next, I'm going to make room for Jennifer Gonzalez and Prime Freedom. Jennifer going first.
Oh, where?
Is Jennifer here? Okay.
And for individuals, if we know you have to take a phone call, but if you can silence your phone, if you can silence your phones, that would be great. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Gonzalez, and I very much appreciate this opportunity. Harriet Tubman took freedom before it was offered to her, so I would like to suggest that we can take reparations before it is offered to us with the external support from the BRICS Plus nations. All 11 BRICS Plus nations voted in favor of Ghana's a resolution for reparations at the UN, and the Zio-Trumpstein war in Iran has accelerated the BRICS Plus effort to de-dollarize the American economy and replace what these other countries are importing from America with goods and products from other countries. This is happening right now with soybeans and Brazil. The devaluation of American currency and passports that Black Americans use as Americans will push us further back and behind and diminish the value of any cash reparations if that was to ever come to pass. Agriculture, for example, if BRICS Plus, which by the way represents 49% of the global population and 39% of GDP, were to present Washington, D.C. with an ultimatum, we will replace what we import from America with products from other countries, or we can import agricultural goods produced by Black American farmers on farmland returned to Black American farmers, which is repatriations, and that will represent 90%. Black American farmers have lost 90% of their farmland since 1910. I do believe Newburgh 2 weeks ago, you had 2 representatives of Black farmers in farmland. This also would immediately elevate Black Americans independently to a position of global power where we would speak for ourselves around the festering wound that is Washington, D.C., without misrepresentation or dilution of our power. The rise of BRICS Plus combined with the genocidal overreach of the Zio-Trumpstein regime has opened up an opportunity like never before for Black Americans to directly function as a global power and just take what is ours. So in the immortal words of Rage Against the Machine, I would like to say, we don't need the key, we'll break in. Thank you.
Next, we have Prime.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. What up, Harlem? Let's go. Can y'all hear me? Yes. All right, let's get it. So for the brother who asks, how will they determine who gets reparations? Well, they made that very clear. Within the language of the bill, it says those for African descent. So that includes all people with brown skin, all people who are racially Black. Now that is incorrect and inaccurate because that is unconstitutional. So I recommend, and the public has recommended, which they claim that they listen to the public, but they really don't, because we as a U.S. Freedmen Project and the public has made it very clear that it's supposed to be exclusively for the American freedmen class of New York. Those who are descendants of the 40 acres and a mule. That will be myself and many, many others in here. So that being said, eligibility must provide evidence of coming from a paternal and or maternal loins of a person emancipated within the United States from chattel slavery. You can only be seen as a good example of local initiatives and federal reparations, shout out to Darity, if you do it properly with constitutional revolutionary recommendations, just as I have suggested. Since y'all so focused on immigration, let's study the harms that all immigration has done to the American freedmen. I suggest a book by Roy Beck, Back of the Hiring Line. If you want to include that in your expertise, please do so. I also recommend that the U.S. Freedmen Project and the United Sons of Daughters, usfreedmenproject.org, very proud plug, and United Sons of Daughters, usadof.org, be recommended for historical research, policy and analysts, and the RFP. These orgs are exclusive orgs that do exclusive advocacy for the American freedmen class, and they are overqualified when it comes to that line of work, and they should be utilized to ensure our justice and most definitely be a part of this process. Identify how all immigration is used as a buffer class to displace the American freedmen. Harlem is a perfect example of that. Now, I say segregation or gentrification is the new segregation. I repeat, gentrification is the new segregation. Another recommendation, Confederates are not to be employed by our institutions, as this would not meet the requirements of the international framework that y'all have as far as guaranteed non-repetition of harm. And as far as I'm concerned, this commission has been perpetuating that harm. Shout out to you, Miss Dr. Deborah. You have been a great representative for us and making it exclusive for the American freedmen. So I want to name one last person, Nikki Lucas, who is our freedmen champion in the New York State Assembly. If you want to know how to get it right, please use her expertise along with the organizations that I have recommended in getting justice. We demand justice right now. Justice delayed is justice denied, and we demand it now and forever. We want all of the justice. Thank you.
While you're doing, can you just back that mic up for me a little bit, please? Thank you so much. Thank you. So the next person, and we thank you. And if you didn't no, back it up. I mean, can you bring it towards the middle? Yes, thank you. So bring it back just a little bit. Back just to the middle, back to the middle. Thank you. We appreciate you. If you didn't get to finish your testimony, you can do it at 518-473-3997. Next, we have Lanessa Owens Chaplin. And then after Lanessa will be Derek Robinson.
Good afternoon. My name is Lanessa Owens Chaplin. I am the director of the Racial Justice Center for the New York Civil Liberties Union. Black reparations is not new. It's not radical. The data exists. The harm is well documented. Slavery was a system and an institution. So while we're here debating which Black New Yorkers are entitled to reparations, i.e. foundational Blacks, African-American Blacks, Caribbean Blacks, half Blacks, this very month, the Trump administration is trying to fund $1.7 billion to compensate anyone who's claimed they've been wrongfully targeted by the government without any documentation or any analyzed data. What this tells me is this administration, which has gutted every race-conscious policy it could find, both direct and indirect, clearly understand what government redress means. But because we as Black folks are held to a different standard, here are some stats from Harlem. By the 1940s, there was a booming migration in Harlem. 98.5% of that influx was Black people, which begs the question, is New York responsible for people who were enslaved outside of the state of New York? Most of these folks came from the South to escape oppression and escape slavery. And what did New York do? How did they respond? They assigned Robert Moses and other city appointees to clear out the new overly populated region that they referred to as the slums. They used federal and state dollars under the Housing Act of 1949 to clear entire blocks. Black families were displaced by the thousands with no compensation. Black tenants were lumped into two categories, eligible and ineligible. Those who were low income were eligible for NYCHA housing, where they were segregated into high-rise towers that were neglected, lead infested, and folks who were ineligible were just left on their own to figure it out. As a part of the slum clearance, Moses and his New York City appointed cronies also extended the FDR alongside the East River, physically cutting off Harlem from its own waterfront. All this information is well documented. It's structural racism. It is the harm. The North River Treatment Facility Center, which processes 170 million gallons of raw sewage daily. The New York Times once called the area the worst man-made disaster in history. The Harlem River receives more than 2 billion gallons of raw sewage and polluted stormwater each year. This is environmental harm. This is well documented. Slavery was a system and an institution that birthed policies such as redlining, justified slum clearance, and created environmental neglect. It's not a coincidence. It was enforced by race-based policies that Black people of all lineages bear the cost. True reparations demand repeal on discriminatory laws rooted in slave codes, targeted investment in Black home ownership and wealth building. It demands environmental remediation in overburdened communities like Harlem. It demands the end of race-neutral policies that carry the same racial harm as the ones they replaced.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Chaplin. We appreciate you honoring the time. So thank you. Next, we have Derek Robinson, and it looks like Richard E. Scott Jr.
Thank you, Chairperson, members of New York State Community Commission on Reparations and Remedies. Good afternoon. My name is Derek Robinson, and I'm here to advocate for reparations for the descendants of enslaved Black Americans in the United States, often referred to as U.S. descendants of freedmen or foundational Black Americans. Reparations are not charity. They are not about guilt. They're about justice. Slavery, Jim Crow, Black codes, redlining, lack of access were all sanctioned by the United States government, so it's owed by the United States government. I don't want to hear about other countries or institutions getting in on this. I'm originally from North Carolina, but I've lived in New York City for over 20 years. Too often slavery is discussed as just a Southern institution. New York's history tells a different story. At one point, New York was one of the largest slaveholding states in the nation, and slavery was not abolished here until July 4th, 1827. The wealth of this state and nation was built through unpaid labor of our ancestors, yet emancipation did not bring equality. It was followed by generations of discrimination, Jim Crow, wealth exclusion from wealth-building opportunities, and systematic destruction of Black communities. Here in New York, we only need to look at Seneca Village, one of the largest communities of Black property owners in the nation, before it's subjected to forced destruction and displacement to make a way for Central Park. Families have not achieved proper property ownership, economic independence, and community stability, so their homes, churches, schools, and businesses are erased. We can go to Westville in Brooklyn, 5 Points in Manhattan. New York's history reflects a broader pattern of undermining Black communities that work to build wealth and wealth determination. We must also remember the victims of the 1863 draft riots, when mobs terrorized Black New Yorkers, lynched innocent people, and burned the colored orphan asylum to the ground, largely led by white immigrants opposed to fighting in a war that would free enslaved Black Americans. The riots became one of the worst episodes of racial violence in New York history. Black children became targets simply because they were Black. New York's connection to slavery was not limited to Wall Street. Enslaved labor existed throughout the state. As the commission develops its recommendations, I urge you to be precise in both language and implementation. Reparations must be directed towards the United States descendants of freedmen and a generation that endured legal, economic, political fallout. Because these harms were inflicted upon a distinct population and based for generations to generations, any reparations program must be tied to that lineage and that lineage alone. Reparations cannot be race-based. They must be lineage-based, rooted in documented ancestry connected to enslaved Black Americans in the United States and their decision. The effort cannot be allowed to be diluted, co-opted, or detached from its historical foundation. Reparations are not meant to be some general
Thank you,
diversity
Mr. Byrd.
initiative
We're going to honor the
or
mic. Thank you, Mr. Byrd.
anti-poverty program.
Thank you, Mr. Byrd. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Robinson.
Mr. Robinson, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Robinson. That's why you didn't stop. I was calling the wrong name. So thank you. I apologize. So Enoch Byrd, I apologize. Your name is here and you are next. So after Enoch Byrd is Paris Green. And I apologize if I made any errors with your names. We also have some virtual speakers. We'll prepare them in a little bit. We have Enoch Byrd, Paris Green, and Aisha Smith are next. Okay. We can set the timer so Mr. Byrd can continue. Begin.
Who qualifies? Those born on U.S. soil or military bases, in this case, residents of New York, Black American ancestry dating back to the 1870 census, the first census post-slavery, and Black on all records for a to be determined amount of years. Reparations includes cash. When investing in institutions, either corrupt handlers steal much of the funding for themselves or outsiders infiltrate the institutions. Then the personnel the institutions were meant for gets diluted, and inevitably the outsiders take it over and get the funding. Give us the money and we'll use it to pool resources for our interests in ways we see fit to both build and politically lobby. Everything else besides direct money gets co-opted or is used as a weapon to creatively increase debt. The money for loans can simply be added to the total money that's divided among those who qualify. Trump proposed a platinum plan back in 2020, which was $500 billion for Black-owned businesses, which if directly handed out to the foundational Black American or freedman population, because Black is too vague, it would be a bit more than $10K per person annually, and I suggest increasing by percentage to match the inflation rate and the value of the dollar at each given year. Couples and family members could pay a down payment on a house ourselves without as much risk with usury. New York State can match or exceed the 10K to all residents of the proper ethnic group, not racial group, ethnic group. Most Americans believe military spending is excessive and wasteful, and the military-industrial complex has basically been another scam, and the defense budget alone has received over $1.5 trillion in 2022, and lately Trump proposed over $1.5 trillion for the budget this year as well. So between that and the $500 billion platinum plan and the money they set aside for outsiders already, New York and the federal government have our money. $1 trillion divided by the approximately 50 million who qualify is at least 20K per person. So New York can dish out at least 20K direct deposit with the option for P.O. Box to reach each resident whose racial ID on all records and ethnic lineage qualifies. No finesse, no scams, no debt, no money eventually in the wrong kind of people's hands or misallocation of funds, directly closing the wealth gap. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byrd. I'm not sure what's happening with this microphone, but thank you, Mr. Byrd. Next, we have, I want to make sure we did call Richard E. Scott Jr. because Richard E. Scott Jr. Had the mic too. So you can go after Miss Paris Green after we get the microphone. So after Paris Green, if Richard E. Scott Jr. is here, you will follow her. Okay. We're going to just make sure the microphone is good for you.
Here's my height.
All right. So if we could get the timer up, and at least for me, it's working. All right, let's go.
Reparations are an unpaid debt owed to the living descendants of people who were enslaved in the United States. The debt accounts for both U.S. chattel slavery and the multi-generational systems of harm imposed on their bloodlines post-emancipation. These systems created an unbroken chain, leading back to stolen wealth and land. Lifetime direct cash payments is the starting point. Our ancestors' forced labor built the foundation of the economy. Banks, corporations, industries, universities, and families continue to benefit from that wealth, while descendants for generations have worked to earn what should have been paid and passed down. No one is owed reparations in this country for being of African descent or for their ancestors being enslaved outside of the United States. Genealogical records and government actions prove eligibility and harm. Yet, Senator James Sanders, Assemblywoman Michael Salages, and their 48 co-sponsors chose to expand reparations beyond living descendants to benefit any New Yorker of African descent for vestiges of U.S. chattel slavery. Governor Kathy Hochul sanctioned this unconstitutional framework when she signed those bills into law in 2023. This commission was formed in 2024 and given $5 million. This is now the 20th public hearing. You collected 200 hours of public testimonies for 2 years, yet we haven't seen your work besides your amendment that deprioritizes speakers and the reduced speaking time limits. How convenient, since each year you beg for more time to do the work. Hochul pushed your 2025 deadline to 2027, and now it's 2029, and granted you protection from being sued. This is supposed to be reparations, yet you've admitted that you still don't have a definition for the word. This operation is like a failed heist in plain sight. You need to rename yourselves the New York State Commission of Harms and add this sanction operation to the final report. Sorry, as the final report.
Thank you. Next we have Aisha Smith. Next we have Aisha Smith. If we can reset the time. Hello? Can we get this microphone working here?
1 2 1 2.
Okay. Can we set the timer? Let's go.
All right, so even though I'm from Brooklyn, East Flatbush, shout out to Harlem. All right. As June 10th approaches, we are reminded that emancipation without repair is incomplete freedom. Black Americans have awaited generations for justice. The harm is documented, the wealth stolen is documented, the debt is documented. So the question is no longer whether reparations is owed. The question is, when will we be paid? Reparations are debt owed, not a charity, not a handout, not another study, not another delay. We'll talk about slavery, Jim Crow, segregation, redlining, land theft, discriminatory government policies, and generations of Black wealth and opportunity. So we are also calling for stronger and anti-Black hate crime bill and safeguard for Black American children with child welfare system. The issue is no longer acknowledgement. The issue is accountability. At the last hearing, which he's not here, Commissioner Ron Daniels suggested expanded eligibility beyond Black Americans' descendants of U.S. slavery to a broader Pan-African Caribbean framework. I respectfully disagree with that. The harms being examined were inflicted by the United States on the Pacific population, and the remedy must be matched to that population. Reparations must remain lineage-based and enforceable. If eligibility is unclear, just another delay. Pacific harm requires Pacific remedy. Verification standards must be consistent and enforceable to prevent fraud and ensure payments reach eligible recipients. So the questions are simple. What is the dollar amount? What is the timeline? What is the payment mechanism? And when will payments begin? Directly deposit into my account within the next 24 hours. Also, America finds money when it chooses to. Yet when Black Americans are owed a debt, I'm hearing 3,000 excuses. We are no longer asking, we are demanding implementation. We are demanding that this debt is to be paid. No check, no vote. The harm has been proven, the debt has been established. So when are you going to cut the check? Not later, not another report, not another decade. Cut the check now. Thank you.
Thank you. To the audio team, can they fix this microphone here? So with that, we are going to move to the next person. It's Jaman, and I'm sorry, it looks like, I apologize, Jaman, and then the next person after Jaman will be Earl Bell.
Let me know when to start.
All right. Can we get the timer up, please? You can begin, sir. Thank you.
It's time we need to put everybody on notice. When I say everybody, I'm talking about all the misleaders, okay? All the misleaders, I'm talking about leaderships. You've been bloodletting, not you, it only applies to those it applies to. Anybody who sells us out, anybody when they sold us out when they were 10 years old, watching their parents sell us out, or their grandparents selling us out, or their uncles and nieces selling. I've lived long enough. I'm a young senior citizen up in this piece. You understand what I'm saying? I've had, and I'm more like Martin Luther King compared to how I used to be when I was Brooks' age. I wish I had somebody to say this when I'm getting ready to say. Being closer to 70 than 60. I'm glad Ron Daniels is not up there because I know his history very well. I'll let you know just a little bit, tidbit. Let him know about 666 Broadway. He knows where that's located, and he knows that's when he was fresh from Youngstown, Ohio, in New York. But anyhow, oh yeah, let's go to Alabama and Georgia, the mounds. Our bones, foundational Black Americans in those mounds. That's why, and they had us working plantation as slaves. It wasn't no Chinese over there. There wasn't no Hispanics over there. You know, in fact, when you really do the research, there was only a small percentage of Africans, so-called Africans, because Africa wasn't even called Africa. That's not even the ancient name. Akubalan, so many different names. They don't even know who the hell they are. Nigeria, an English woman gave Nigeria that name. Okay, let's get back to New York. Okay, Dutch, okay? Wow, I'm just going everywhere, right? Leadership. We're no longer going to be the United States government, a corporation, a national corporation stash. They use us as trophies. We're walking trophies. That's what, oh, they still jacking everybody. Ex-CIA agent, $40 million gold bars in his house. Gold. $2 million worth of cash in his house. So much money, they just now missing it, but they don't have no cash reparations for all the foundational Black Americans. And then you have new jack immigrants, legal and illegal, first, second, third generations. And understand this, Ja Man, I wasn't born with the name Ja Man, just like there's a lot of great brothers and sisters, known and unknown, who are not born with names and they figure, hey, I'm getting rid of the slave name. Malcolm X, El Haj Malik El Shabazz inspired me to get rid of the name. If he had to live long enough, he would have turned his back on Africa. A lot of the youth, a lot of his true soldiers, and I used to be a member of the Malcolm X Commemoration Committee. Rest in power, Herman Ferguson. Rest in power, Dr. Khalid Muhammad. September 5th, 1998, when the real siege went down in Harlem. I was there.
Is microphone working properly here, or give me another microphone, please? We need everybody to honor the time. Thank you, Mr. John Mann. Next, we have Earl Bell. And then after that, we have, it looks like Bernardo Ruby, and then Everett Stembridge will be next. So thank you, Mr. Bell, for being with us.
Hello, everyone. By the way, when you said I'm from Brooklyn, don't get close to me or something, I was like, I'm not going to be fiery today.
I appreciate
My
you.
apologies for threatening in terms of lawsuits. You don't have to be indemnified.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Okay. We're in a building right now designed by Buyer Bender Bell. I used to work for that architecture firm. They were racist in there. The reason why I like the fact that this is recorded, right? My name is Earl S. Bell. I'm an architect. I have over 25 years experience. I'm an author and an inventor. This building was designed by a firm that has very few freedmen, African Americans, Black Americans working in there. Why was the fund to create this building given to that firm? I've worked on the African American Museum of History and Culture in Washington, D.C. I wasn't paid to the point where my lights went off. I just want to share this testimony. It's really a petition. As per the United States, the New York Constitution, the people, the members of New York State have the right to petition the government, the state. So this is not a testimony. This is more of a petition and me just sharing. When we get our reparations, what are we going to use the money for? Now, people may not like what I'm going to say. What are we going to spend it on? We don't have one factory in New York City making anything. We don't make stoves, chairs, sneakers, glasses. We don't even make light bulbs. So what I'd like to share is that whatever assets that come to us should go to a resurrected Freedmen Bank, right? Once it's put in a Freedmen Bank, that allows us to do fractional reserve banking, then it's times by 10. We can use that to increase our industrial capacity. Our industrial capacity right now in New York is zero. Zero. We need industrial capacity. Then when we get the money, we can use the money to pay ourselves. If we get the money right now, what are we going to spend it on? Some people might not like what I'm saying, but what are we going to spend the reparations money on? We're going to give it right away. So we need industrial capacity as a part of the solution. Because look at this building right now. It's on land on a 100-year lease. The Urban League doesn't even own the land. It's a 100-year lease from the state. So where is our factory? We don't make anything. I just want to share that. I'm just pleading with everyone. We don't make anything. We don't make cars. We don't make trains. We don't make planes. We need to make it. So that need to be a part of the resolution, our factories. We need no less than 100 Freedmen factories in New York, owned by us. Thank you.
So Ruby, Bernardo Ruby, and then can we all honor the mics? And I know that you all are we have a lot going on, but if we could just honor the mic so we can hear the next person. So Bernardo Ruby is next. Thank you. And then Everett Stenbridge.
We're having a podcast continuation of how we suffered, and it'll be at Harlem Network News, HNN. And we're doing this whole history of how it went and all the draft rights, all the killing of our people from 1600s all the way through. And the other thing I want to tell you is that when you walk just in New York alone, you're walking on your ancestors, because even the rocks themselves, even the battery has their emblem on them. So that's the one thing. The other thing is that Cherry Wisdom is going to be the one that's going to be the person of that program. And then on August the 26th, right? On August the 26th at Fulton Park, there is in Brooklyn, there's going to be the anniversary of the Durban Conference, and that Durban Conference on race and that. And that's it. From what time to what time is it? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's going to be that Durban Conference about race, and that was the truth telling. Yeah, Saturday, August 29th, 2026, nationwide rallies commemorating the 25th anniversary of the 2001 Durban World Conference Against Racism. Park location, Brooklyn Park, Stuyvesant Avenue, and Fulton Street. From what time is it? It's up to 5 p.m. So what is it? Original time? Is it? And so we want everybody to be there. I know I will be there. I will be there. And it's time that we have, it's funny, we had the Pinkster holiday, and we're having that holiday for the whole year up until May. It's a Pinkster year, and we want that holiday because before there was Juneteenth, there was Pinkster. But we need to have a Pinkster revolution to put all of these things that we're saying together, and we need to have it. But anyway, so we're going to be at that celebration in Fulton Park. Nationwide rally. Because it's the 29th of August, because we are not going to let, we're not going to let Trump destroy us. Yeah. That's it.
Thank you, Dr. Norvell. Yes. Okay. Can we get the microphone? Thank you. And if you could all just introduce yourselves when you grab the microphone. Thank you. All right. Can you introduce yourself, sir? Sorry.
Yeah. My name is Everett Stenbridge. I'm 67. All right. So on a personal note, when I see these things, my grandmother was born in 1919. She's still alive. 107. Wow. And I remember I developed a love for reading because I would come into her home and she had a library, and I'd pick up a book and she'd go, wow, look at it. And I thought she could read and write. I found out later as an adult that she could not read and write. That's why reparations is so important. And my mom brought me here when I was 5 out of Georgia. My mom used to pick cotton in Georgia. So the promised land, Claude Brown said, where does one run to if you're already in the promised land? The ghetto, Harlem, right? James Baldwin said, we were placed there to perish. So now that's personal. But here, this is what I have to say about reparations. And all of those things I just mentioned are connected. I support reparative policy for American descendants of slavery in New York State. And I'm calling for immediate action, not more studies, not more delays. We need direct financial investment in the form of cash-based support and debt relief programs to confront the racial wealth gap created by slavery and sustained by ongoing discrimination. Eligibility must be clearly defined, but it cannot become a barrier designated to exclude people through excessive bureaucratic or rigid technicalities. The purpose is real wealth transfer and real economic repair, not symbolic Gestures are incremental reforms. New York must move now from the discussion to implementation and establish a funded reparations program that delivers direct, tangible economic benefits to American descendants of slavery. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just want to let the audio team know that I'm not turning the mic off and I'm still having struggles. And we also have 3 virtual individuals. Are we ready for those 3 virtual? I have Kathy Dean, Keisha Forrester, and Yvonne Anderson. If those 3 are ready, or if you can get them ready while I prepare the next individuals. Is Cato Stevens in the building? Okay, Cato, you are next. And then after that is Bill Harris and Nahima Rowe. It's yours. Yes, come on up.
Pieces and blessings, everyone. Alafia. My name is Cato Stevens. I'm one of the chiefs of Il Kata. We're a Pan-African and pro-Indigenous society. I go by Cato partly because my grandma's Geechee. My family's been coming from North and South Kakalaki to New York for 4 generations. Jimmy Cato was an Angolan revolutionary in South Carolina. One of the first slave rebellions was by an African in South Carolina because Africans have been here the whole time. And most of us are descendants of Africans. Furthermore, we're always talking about this 40 acres and a mule. We never mention the Gullah Geechee corridor. That statement of 40 acres and a mule is from a special order that designated North Williamsburg, Carolina to like South Florida, Jacksonville, specifically as land for Black people. As Black people, the government has already admitted that we have heritage lands that should be for Black people specifically. And I do not see us as a group of people advocating for that. Secondly, immigrants are not stopping reparations. Like I can't remember the last time like a Nigerian or a person from St. Vincent has actively gotten in the way of reparations. The number 2 obstacles for reparations are ourselves and the people who run this country. There are not enough Black immigrants to be prioritizing this amount of time on them. No, I mean, I agree, but like the Black Caucus in California is full of Black Americans. If Black Americans don't hold each other accountable, nothing's gonna happen.
All right, first of all, can we just pause for 1 second? Because I think there are new people that walked in the room. And so we said that we would be a certain way. We can stop his time and we can restart it. So we said that we would be a certain way, and that's changed. And so we have to honor that. We said we would not do that. And so I know there are new people that walked in the room and maybe they didn't hear that, but we're not going to do that. Okay. So let's honor the mic, whether we agree or we disagree, but we're going to honor the person. So Mr. Cato, go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to say there's 40 million African Americans. That's more African Americans than natural born Canadians. We are one of the largest ethnic groups of Black people in the world. We are the most well-known group of Black people in the world and one of the most powerful groups of people. I think the main issue is the lack of imagination and belief in ourselves, as well as the very real systematic issues that we're facing. But if 40 million people come together, there's nothing this country can do to stop us. I think there's already been enough research. We've already had committees. New York City, New York State has a beautiful history of revolution. Tupac Shakur's mother, Afeni Shakur, was the head of the New York Black Panthers. Tupac is from New York. We had in Cobra, we had Shirley Chisholm. There's a beautiful history of revolution and liberation in New York City, and we already know what we need to do in terms of reparations. We just need to galvanize the people and actually address the issues. And we need reparations now. The affordability crisis is at an all-time high. Nobody can afford anything. We can't afford to rent. We can't afford to own. We can't afford our medication. So we need immediate reparations, immediate reconciliation, and long-term revitalization for the community. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Cato. We appreciate you. Is Bill Harris?
When someone speaks, and those brothers had questions to what he was
We won't have time for that. I appreciate you trying to change the process right now, but we can't. So we have to stick with the process. So Bill Harris is next and Nahima Roll is after that.
Hi, I'm Bill Harris. I live in this neighborhood. I've been in this country, or should I say my family. I just went on a journey to find my grandfather's grave and my grandmother's grave. He fought in World War I. And what I'm trying to do right now is get the government, there's a special application already filed to have him, or get a headstone for him to be put in. Because we find that a lot of those people who fought, those soldiers for the country, were misplaced in graves, or the graves are sinking, right? And the headstones are being worn down. Those burial grounds are not being taken care of. They usually have two names, especially in North Carolina. My family was from Rose Hill. Rose Hill has a white community, and they have a cemetery for the whites, I believe. Beautiful. I thought my grandfather was there. I thought my grandmother was there because on the death certificate, it mentioned Rose Hill. But as I talked to the funeral directors of the cemeteries down there, they were saying to me, that's the wrong one. So I went to the other one that they sent me to. Well, it's not raggedy, but it wasn't as beautiful as the other. So I'm saying to you that we are being lost here. I think there has been so much that has been said today alone that should just say, you know what, we're done. You don't need to go to 2020, what is it, 9 now? You don't need it. What do you need more for? We are done with that. You should be saying, you know what, let's go. Now we can write our report, get our thing together, start bringing it to the governor and saying, yo, what are we going to do about this? Because there is no more. How far are you going to have the same people coming up saying the same thing and the same thing? We already know. It has been done. We need to get this paper, right? For us. But, and everybody else talk about, oh, I'm African, I'm this, I'm that. Okay, be that. But you know what? Foundational Black Americans have proven that if we get, we share. If we get, everybody will get. Because we will make sure. We will make sure. That's why we're not, it's really something that so many people, I talk to my white friends, they don't really care. And they're good people, but they really feel like, so I'm saying, let's all work together. We can get this. We can do it. It's there. There's no more talking. Sandy Darity did the work.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. We appreciate you. Next we have, can you all tell me if our virtual folks are ready? Are they ready? If they're not, we have Naima Roll. If you're here, I apologize if I'm Nehemiah. Please forgive me. And you have a decent handwriting. I apologize. Mr. Roll, you're next. I apologize.
Okay, greetings, everybody. Thank you for accepting me today. Listen to my comments. The government has been playing with our people. We are demanding reparations for the lingering effects of slavery, chattel slavery, Jim Crow laws, and now redlining and disenfranchisement. The John Conyers bill, H.R. 40, which is a study of the impact of slavery and systemic racism, and it was recommended to appropriate remedial remedies. It has been sitting there since 1989, 37 years ago. Salas Muhammad has given his first oral statement before the subcommission on promotion and protection of human rights in 1998, and has since then given 7 more oral statements up until 2006. South Muhammad is bringing forth our case for our identity as Afro descendants and reparations for the lingering effects of slavery. The working group in the UN, the United Nations, has accepted our name, Afro descendants. The term Afro descendants means people who descended from people who were forcibly dispossessed of their homeland, Africa. 2, were transported to the Americas for the purpose of enslavement. 3, was subject to slavery. 4, was subject to forced mixed breeding and rape. 5, have experienced through force the loss of mother tongue, culture, and religion. 6, and have experienced racial discrimination due to the lost ties or partial lost ties from their original identity. As a people, we must embrace our identity. That would consist of minerally rich land, resources,
We appreciate you being here today. Are we getting feedback from that microphone? If we can fix that, please. Next, we have Carlos So. I apologize if I pronounced that incorrectly. Is Carlos here? Okay. Are we all set with our virtual speakers? If not, I'm going to keep moving to who's in the room. Again, thank you all for being here today. For those that are watching online, we are in Harlem, New York, and I thank you all for being here at the Urban League Conference Center, and I appreciate you all being here. I'm just looking for my third page. Oh, here we go. Brooklyn's always in the house. Thank you. All right. Oh, hold on one second, folks. Give me 1 minute to just get the next person I have is it Mama? Oh, no, they're online. Sam Strong Morzak. I apologize. Sam Strong. Is Sam Strong here in the room? Okay. Mayim. I think you just went. Cho. Is Cho here? Okay. Folks have left. Tyrone Hunt. All right. Is Tyrone Hunt in the room? Okay. Thank you. Okay. And after Tyrone Hunt, we'll have the individuals that are on and virtual. So, I thought we weren't doing visuals. Yep. So Tyrone Hunt will get the, if we could please put the time up for him so he can see that.
Ready?
We're ready for you.
Okay, hello. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. So we talk about reparations. We are not here for a handout. We're talking about a debt for Black American freedmen. New York had slavery. Enslaved Black American freedmen helped build the roads, build all the roads, the ports, the farms, estates, businesses, schools, all wealth. Towns was built from Black American freedmen. Towns like Manhasset, Phillipsburg Manor, Van Coyle, Lloyd Manor, Sylvester Manor, Seneca Village, Weeksville, Sandy Ground, Hamptons, all the proof that Black American freedmen were building here. How much proof and study do we need to know that we are owed reparations? Japanese got paid, Jews got paid, 9/11 victims got paid, and now Gen 6 is being paid. With no waste of time of hearings, meetings, or anything. And this is from the government specifically. And Black American freedmen were also harmed by laws. Slavery was a law. I don't think y'all heard me. Slavery was a law, okay? Stolen labor was protected by law, including more laws like exclusion from voting, land owning, proper housing, potential banking, major education, wealth building was all enforced by law to gatekeep us from building as a community to stay substantial to this day. Reparations should go to Black American freedmen who are descended to the enslaved people, and it must be lineage based only, no other way around it. Thank you.
Next we have, and I apologize because I can't read the writing, but it's Brother Carrie LT. What's that background noises? If we could get that fixed.
Ancestors. A lot of grifting going on here.
All right, we're gonna reset the time for you. Can we reset the time? And if you can give us your name once we reset the time.
Yeah, peace. Brother Carriot, longevity, prosperity, and peace to the tribe. No need to stand on ceremony here. I'm here to vouch for reparations to Black American New Yorkers only in the form of direct cash payments. Generational wealth was stolen. Generational wealth needs to be returned per direct cash payments. Now, I want to push back on these legacy organizations, such as the NAACP, NARC, NCOBRA, and the CBC, as they are detrimental to Black Americans receiving reparations. They've been faking the fight and the funk for decades. And going forward, we as Black Americans believe it's time for them to step aside. On this road to reparations, there will be no double dipping, and I mean none. So all you melanated fleers, children of immigrants, and funny looking in the face foreigners, you are not Black. I repeat, you are not Black. You're melanated. You're not Black. And this claim is not for you. Seek CARICOM or the crown. We as Black Americans have delineated for a reason. Direct cash payments in 2026. We're not falling in line behind 2029. New York, you owe.
Can we get the time back on the screen? Can they see that? Thank you.
Chanel, just remember I love you, that's all.
All right, let's go.
My name is Divine Prince, and I'm a current president of the U.S. Freedmen Project. I had an elder after one of these hearings ask me, why did we start the U.S. Freedmen Project when all these other organizations exist? I'm gonna come back to that. As we sit in this state-of-the-art $242 million palace to the Urban League, of which the state of New York paid $20 million, while its commission got $5 million to stretch, let's go to their origin story. On September 29th, 1910, the Committee on Urban Conditions Among Negroes was founded by Ruth Standish Baldwin and Dr. George Edmund Haynes. It merged with the Committee for the Improvement of Industrial Conditions Among Negroes, which was founded in 1906, and the National League for the Protection of Colored Women, founded in 1905, and was renamed the National League on Urban Conditions Among Negroes, with Haynes serving as the organization's first executive director. And before anyone tries to play the racial politics they are pulling on us today, let's look at that Negro population of that day. As per the Census Bureau in 1910, 99.2% of all Black Americans, or the Negro population, were native born, with only 60% of white Americans being native born at that time, but that's a story for another day. Some have even referred to the Urban League as the State Department of Civil Rights, as the Urban League focused on the socioeconomic front. They were established to assist the waves of Black Americans migrating to northern cities during the Great Migration by helping them find jobs, housing, and adjust to urban life. So the question becomes, did something happen to those Black Americans, or did something happen to the Urban League? Did all the conditions plaguing Black Americans get solved, or did the Urban League betray its mission? Let's look at their mission statement today. I quote, "To enable and empower African Americans and others in underserved communities to achieve their highest human potential and secure economic self-reliance, parity, power, and civil rights." We found our answer. In fact, when thousands of everyday Black Americans, many from urban areas, attended and presented to the OMB that Black Americans need their own category due to being lumped into the African American catch-all racial category created by the OMB in 1997, Mark Marial, The $1 million a year Urban League president came in at the close of the OMB listening sessions and sabotaged the disaggregation delineation progress Black Americans have made on our own. He called for a stalling tactic of making no determination for another 90 days while he built the Urban League's case to make sure Afro-Latinos and other immigrant groups were represented. No advocacy for those Negroes the org was founded on, though. For any that want to have copies that you can have. So the U.S. Freedom Project was born because all those orgs have abandoned their original mission. They collude together to keep us stuck in illegal race-based coalitions, not because they know, not because they don't know, but because they're paid and rewarded to do so. Ethnocide is a badge and incident of slavery. There is a social Black American Renaissance and a political American freedom Renaissance already underway based on lineage and pride in our ethnic group. We will have political autonomy. So I ask a question. Will you legacy orgs get back to your roots, or will you wither on the vine as Black Americans rid our politics of traitors, gatekeepers in our land?
Next, we have Brooke.
Last week, Dr. Ron Daniels of NCOBRA, IBW21 organizations that have yet to produce a single actionable plan for real reparations, decided to float the idea of changing or amending the Constitution to allow race-based law. The short-sightedness of this is unbelievable. If you open that door, it doesn't only open the door for Black people, it opens the door for white people to again make race-based law in their favor. That means the same political forces that Democrats claim to fear, yes, the ones that keep invoking Donald Trump to scare you with, would suddenly have power to pass their own race-based laws. That would undo the entire civil rights framework. How does someone claiming to be a reparations leader not see that? Maybe because these legacy organizations like NCOBRA, IBW21, December 12th, have been more successful in securing grants and cushy positions for themselves than securing reparations for freedmen. Family, did you know that these same organizations tried to get grants from the commission written in the bill? Their scheme didn't go through because the U.S. Freedom Project shut it down. I'm glad that Jumaane Williams brought up the set-asides the Republican president put in place for his base with no study and no commission. This is to all the Democrats in the United States. We now know, and we now have seen that if you wanted to grant reparations, you could. You just simply didn't. Jerica L. Richardson of the Urban League couldn't or wouldn't even state who the targeted group is. What lineage of children qualifies for these baby bonds? Because we've seen that movie before. Vague terms like underserved and urban get weaponized to divert resources away from foundational Black American freedmen and towards everyone else. And let's not forget the street team that you hired with commission funds. A member of the Harlem street team who could barely speak English had the unmitigated gall to tell a foundational Black American freedman to go back to Africa. This is the type of people that you hiring to reach us? Is this the process? If this is the process to address the badges and incidents of slavery, then start by respecting the people who inherited them. Start by naming the lineage. Start by grounding the remedy in constitutional status of freedmen, not in vague racial categories that can be hijacked by anyone with a clever rant writer. I want the Foundational Black American I want to thank the Foundational Black American Grassroots for funding us to be here today. And to my family in the audience, I would like to actually participate and that would actually like to participate in reaching these legislators. Please send emails by going to BREUCK-call-to-action.com.
Turn the mic off. So we're going to pull. So our people that are virtual, are they ready? Are the virtual individuals ready? If they're not ready, okay. So if we can make sure. Okay, so thank you. So if we could, hello, sir. Thank you. We're gonna honor the microphone. And so if we can make sure we make room for the individuals that are online. So I think we have 2 that are ready. If they're not ready, I'm gonna bring up one person.
I'm ready. I'm ready. Are you?
Okay.
Hi.
We're ready. It's
Yeah.
the person running the Zoom.
Yeah.
Yes, we're just
Let
waiting
let
for
us
you
know
to
which
give
one.
the go
If we
ahead.
could turn off all the other mics for one person and whoever is that speaking, is that Kathy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if you can go ahead and we can begin the time for you. And we
Yes,
can make
ma'am.
sure everyone else is muted. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, honorable members of the New York State Community Commission on Reparations Remedies. My name is Kathy Linden Dean. I am a 100% disabled Global War on Terrorism veteran and a present-day direct descendant of American freedmen. I respect scholarship, public hearings, presentations, and the work of this commission, but I am here today to say clearly, research must lead to remedy. This process cannot become a substitute for justice. My family's record is not theoretical, it is already documented. My great-great-great-grandfather, Hill Cherry Sr., and my great-great-great-great-grandfather, Hill Cherry Jr., also known as Hill Gillum, served in the 14th United States Colored Heavy Artillery during the Civil War. Their names are recorded at the African American Civil War Memorial. Their service is not folklore, it is documented in military history, American history, and New York history. Although they were born enslaved in North Carolina, their Civil War military service was credited to towns in New York State. New York State received the benefit of their enlistment credit, but my family and many similarly situated American freedmen families were left to fight for recognition, pensions, dignity, and justice. My ancestors were not standing alone. They had witnesses. They had a community. That matters because reparations must be based on records, lineage, and truth. My family's claim is supported by sworn depositions, affidavits, pension records, military records, and certificates of honor. The law creating this commission calls for examining the legacy of slavery, discrimination, and present-day harm, and for making recommendations on appropriate remedies. But where the record is already documented, the state should not study people forever while justice is delayed. My booklet, The Freedman Legacy, Hill Cherry Sr., Hill Gillum, and the Debt New York Still Owes, lays out this documentation, including their service, the pension struggle, and the call for direct cash payments adjusted for inflation to present-day direct descendants of Hill Cherry Sr., Hill Cherry Jr., and all similarly affected American freedmen and freedmen veterans. I'm asking this commission to make clear that any extended timeline is an outside deadline, not an excuse for delay. The commission can still move forward. The legislature can still move forward. The Black Data Disaggregation Bills A6341D and S76664B should move forward now. Lineage-based reparations should move forward now. Justice delayed is justice denied. New York used the service of American freedmen soldiers. New York accepted the credit.
Thank you, Ms. Dean.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Dean. We appreciate you. Next we have Keisha Forrester. If Keisha Forrester is online.
Yes, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Ms. Forrester.
Okay, our video is disabled.
Yes.
Okay, I'm here to advocate today for lineage-based reparations for the descendants of those who suffered under American slavery, in particular in New York. The claim for reparations begins with slavery itself, forced labor, the theft of human beings, the destruction of families, the kidnapping of free people, and the uncompensated wealth extracted from generations of our ancestors. I am concerned that much of the discussion surrounding reparations continues to focus almost exclusively on the descendants of Africans while overlooking a critical historical reality. Thousands of free Black Americans were kidnapped and sold into slavery. These men, women, and children were not born enslaved. They were free people whose liberty was stolen and whose descendants suffered under the same fate of those who were born into bondage. The history is well documented, with works such as The Black New Yorkers, published by the Schomburg Center, Dr. Jonathan Daniel Wells' research on the New York Kidnapping Club, and Richard Bell's Stolen: 5 Free Boys Kidnapped into Slavery in Their Astonishing Legacy Home, provide evidence of a widespread system that targeted free Black people and sold them into slavery. When we discuss reparations, we must tell a complete story of American slavery. The injury was not limited to those transported from Africa, which in recent times have lowered the numbers to less than 500,000. The majority went to the Caribbean and South America. So we have to tell the real truth here. When you have legacy organizations that continue to fail, Dr. Cody is a member of the National Action Network, the Urban League, and other organizations continue to align themselves with the Democratic Party, the same party whose edict from its foundation from Martin Van Buren said that they will do nothing to progress those of us who are descendants of freedmen. They live by that policy. And I don't appreciate Dr. Cody or anyone else throwing shots at individuals. She's the one who said we should stay focused on the task. Well, stay focused on the task. The task is to attain cash direct payments to those who can prove their genealogy, as Dr. Darity and Kirsten Mullen just laid out. It's very easy to do. There are apparatuses to help you do that. All of you who come from immigrant backgrounds have a moral compass. If you're going to give testimony, fall in line with the descendants of freedmen, not what you want. Take that up with CARICOM.
Thank you, Keisha Forrester. Next we have Yvonne Anderson. Is Yvonne available?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, let's get the timer up so we can hear from Ms. Anderson. Thank you. And then as we're here in person, Herman Francis will be next.
Right, I don't see the video. It's
no video, ma'am.
Okay, all right, then thank you. I would like to commend the panel for giving us the opportunity to express our opinions on reparation. In my opinion, when it comes to Black American reparation, we always have to be given some sort of study in order for us to have any type of remedy. Now, for example, the president, he created a fund, cash compensation for the insurrectionists on January 6th. There was also a panel based on Black reparation in California. But Gavin Newsom, he vetoed some of those proposals. It should be when the panel is announced. Wait, I'm sorry. It shocked me. I'm sorry. It shocked me that the panel did announce that they have to submit their research in 2029. I just couldn't believe that, because this is something that we've been talking about for decades with reparation for Black Americans. FBA should be given, in my opinion, they should be given cash compensation based on generational lost opportunities that was not given to us. Reparation is being discussed throughout the world. You know, the African continents, they're speaking in reference to reparation. They have Caribbean islands looking to get reparation for those countries. And I'm glad that I was made aware they have something, I think it was called Carmon for Caribbean islands. So I'm glad I can just share that with some of the people in the Caribbeans who's saying, well, I came over here in such and such a time, and I think we should be entitled to it. So I can just direct them on how they can get their reparation. It is important that reparation be given in a cash payment so that they can immediately be used to assist in economic growth. And that's my opinion and my take on reparation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. We appreciate you being here with us. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to take any more virtual because we need to prioritize who's here in person. And so it's not that we won't do that, but we can have you record your testimony. But we just have to prioritize who's here. We still have a long list of speakers that are here. So next we have Herman Francis, and after Mr. Francis is Aubrey Muhammad. Aubrey Muhammad. Thank you for being here, Mr. Francis.
Greetings, everyone. I am a firm believer in solutions, and this mess got started in 1492 when Columbus brought his sorry body over here. All you gotta do is read his journal, which is on display in the museum in Spain. He wrote in that journal, "We have met the natives. They are peaceful. We must teach them our ways and make them work for us." This was accented by King Ferdinand in 1501, when he issued a proclamation that all Africans taken out of Africa were to be brought out in chains, educated in Christianity, and taught the language of their master. We all speak in English because it was against the law for us to identify where we come from, to practice our religion, and also to maintain a family. This goes straight back to what Columbus did. Peaceful Africans tamed peaceful natives, and goes back to why the United States is the condition in today, due to the simple fact our ancestors, 1861 to 1865, laid the groundwork for the 13th, 14th, 15th, and 19th Amendment and Executive Order 9981. My regret is not writing down the stories of my fathers, my uncles, and my aunts. Why is that? Because the United States is now a member of the World Court. We were brought here for one reason only: Wall Street. Wall Street lies at the heart of this, and also the military-industrial complex. All you gotta do is look at World War I, World War II, Korea, Vietnam, and every other conflict this country ever been in. And what happened right there and there, well, especially when you study Executive Order 9981. What was that about? July 26, 1948. Well, it desegregated the United States military. My father served in World War II along with his brothers. And one of my aunts was a nurse at Ellis Island, which opened up in 1892 and closed in 1954. Then why did Ellis Island open up in 1892? Well, the census of 1890 was count the people. And you gotta sit down and study how the United States is set up. Indicated that there were more blacks in trades and occupations than whites. So they opened up Ellis Island in 1892 to bring more white folks over here. Ellis Island was shut down in 1954. But my aunt told me, or now she didn't tell me, she was talking with her sisters and her brothers at the table. And back in the 50s when I was yay small. I didn't understand then. But she said that when black folks came through Ellis Island, they'd be insisting on that paper that they were white. The Willie Lynch syndrome is alive and well throughout this entire world. Getting back to the fact, the military-industrial complex was widely asking for what, trillions of dollars today, so Wall Street can profit. The second Monday in July in the state of New York is a legal holiday called Emancipation Day. Why? Slavery ended in New York State July 4th, 1827. That is legal. Elimination of slavery in 1827.
Thank you, Mr. Francis. Can we please, Mr. Francis, your time is up. Can you turn the mic off? Mr. Francis, you can go, turn the mic off, please. Thank you, Mr. Francis. We appreciate you being here. And you can finish your testimony, Mr. Francis. I'm sorry, we just have 15 minutes left. And you can finish your testimony at 518-473-3997. Don't want to be disrespectful. I just want to tell you that. Terry Wilson, Wisdom. I can't read the right so not here. So Donald Clayton. Oh, Muhammad, I apologize. I did say you were next, so I apologize. Aubrey Muhammad, the floor is yours. If we could get the timer up for him, please. Thank you.
Peace in the name of Allah. I'm Aubrey Muhammad. I pray that everyone is well. Dr. Darity and his wonderful wife clarified much of what I had to say. The 2 points stand out. Every program and policy the Urban League representative presented is in the hands of Democrats who team up with Republicans. They have miscultivated, devitalized, displaced, erased, and gentrified since the 90s, Harlem. I witnessed it with my own eyes. They brought in them red buses, the double-decker buses. They were surveyed, feigning as tourists. They gentrified Harlem, Brooklyn, and now Hempstead, Long Island, my hometown. They've displaced thousands of foundational Black Americans, mainly back to the South, all by the same investors and developers, with the same bureaucracy. It's why we are nomadic and a permanent underclass. Trusting their NGOs and their other organizations get us last in line. We cannot change the nature of Caucasian. It's conniving and evil, right. That's it, evil. And the second point, as long as it's in their hands, it will always turn out with us getting the last end of the stick. There's a disparity between Ron Daniels and Dr. Darity's premises. Ron Daniels was very disrespectful last week at Hempstead High School. He compared a few instances of immigrants in the 1700s that suffered a little something, and then with the police brutality of recent import immigrants like Abner Louima. Abner Louima received millions as a settlement. Immigrants need to go into that court, but that was so disrespectful to take the millions and centuries, millions of our ancestors suffered a Holocaust, and to take that and weigh it with a few examples, prove his inferiority complex and his exalting Africa over our people. That was very disrespectful. Our ancestors in the soil don't deserve that. It ought to be clearly stated in the program. The language must be clear and distinct. It's very simple. Cut the check, $800,000 in each Black foundational Black American. $800,000, it clears the debt. Nobody else questions others' payments. Reparations payments, and paid reparations over 60 times. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad. Okay, so we have about 12 minutes left. Ismat Salim, are you here? Ismat, yes. Are you?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Ishmael Abdullah Salam, and on the issue of reparations, we're here talking about New York State. And you shouldn't, well, I'm not going to tell you what you should be and shouldn't be doing, but I personally wouldn't be asking the state, because slavery wasn't a state crime, it was a United States government crime. So you should be looking for a federal check, not a state check. And as far as I hear people talking about, if you're not from America, I'm not expecting a reparations check from America. My check will come from Spain or France or the Portuguese, but the United States is the biggest violator. And when you ask them about reparations, they say they don't have the money and that paying reparations will bankrupt the government. Now, if you go out and commit a federal crime and you're facing 40 years in prison, and you tell them you can't do 40 years in prison, they tell you if you can't do the time, don't do the crime. So now, if you don't have the money, gold will suffice, silver, platinum, palladium, copper, and land. Submitted.
Is Matar Shabazz in the building? Please come to the mic. Next we have Kahir. I apologize if I'm not saying I'm saying your names incorrectly. Asara Khan, are you in the building? If you can come to the microphone. We don't have a lot of time, so if you can come to the microphone. If you're not here, say you're not here. All right. Can you repeat your name so I know who's at the mic, please? Okay. Thank you.
Hi, how you doing? I don't know if you all have heard of the Honorable Salas Muhammad. Okay, in my hand, I have it's a spiritual evolution for reparation. It's a timeline. And Mr. Muhammad wanted to know there's a legal claim to charge America with genocides, with reparation. Reparation is paid from one government to another. It's not paid to grassroots organizations. Mr. Muhammad made over 30 oral interventions to Geneva, Switzerland, filing paperwork based on reparation for African Americans. He started out in 1989, and I think the last one was in 2006. Yes. What happened in the UN was that in those different interventions, there was 19 countries using the name Afro-descendant: Cuba, Puerto Rico, Venezuela, and etc. They was using the term Afro-descendant for an identity. We don't have an identity. African American is not an identity. So the 19 countries was using this term Afro-descendant. He's a descendant of a slave, and he asked the 19 countries if he could give the word a meaning. And the meaning for this word Afro-descendant starts off stating that Afro-descendants, the term Afro-descendant referred to a people from Africa who was forcibly disposed of their homeland, Africa, was transported to America for the purpose of enslavement, was subject to slavery, was subject to forced mixed breeding and rape, have experienced through the loss of mother tongue, culture, and religion, and have experienced radical discrimination due to the lost ties or partly lost ties from their original identity. In the United Nations here and in Geneva, Switzerland, and the International Court of Justice is where you go first to charge America. You can't do it here at the United Nations. You have to go to the International Court of Justice. In the International Court of Justice and in Geneva and in the United Nations here, they use the term Afro-descendant for us as African Americans. They don't use African Americans.
Finish your testimony. And if I see you have artifacts, please share them. We can take pictures of them. We have a photographer here. We'd appreciate that. Is Marie Louise in the building? Okay, come on to the mic. Is Marie? Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. We know there are a lot of activities happening today. Amir, I can't read your script. Gaze, are you here? Amir, okay, thank you.
My name is Amir Hayes. As a born foundational Black American, my opinion is that our reparations should be set aside specifically for foundational Black Americans and freedmen which is the same, based off our history here in this country. Nobody else can claim rights to this country from the founding of this country the way we can. We built this country from head to toe, from east to west, from north to south. And our descendants, we are the descendants of the people that built this country directly. So anybody else who immigrated over here or came over here within recent times, they wouldn't be entitled to that because they came over here voluntarily. We were taken, some of us were taken, and some of us were here from the very beginning. Many of us are indigenous. Many of us all have indigenous blood in our bodies. So we would be the only people entitled to reparations and restoration to the things that happened to us and still happen to us. Here in Harlem, here in Brooklyn, people are getting their houses taken away from them. People are being arrested just for simply having businesses, while other immigrants have businesses out here on the street, like these food trucks. And we can't do the same. We don't have the same benefits and privileges that we fought for. They've been taken and given to homosexuals, LGBTQ community, and immigrants. So with that in mind, with all of these things in mind, we need to be centered for the things that we actually fought for and our ancestors fought for us to have. Because if they were alive today, they would be greatly upset with what's going on and how our rights are being overtaken by people who had no legitimate claim to them. You understand? A quick story about my ancestors and my family. My grandma Bright was a slave in 1844 Virginia. My family comes from Virginia and Georgia. And I noticed a lot of people didn't state, exactly where they come from in this country. And my family made it to the North prior to the Civil War. My grandmother was raped by master. She had 7 kids with Solomon Bright, which was the name of the plantation that we were on, where my family was on. She escaped. She made it to Boston. That's how my family got here to Boston, New York, New Jersey, and Philadelphia. So with that in mind, I would definitely think that it needs to be some type of reparations for the people that can definitely directly locate their ancestors and have stories, because many of us have stories like this in our family. Many of us may know and many of us may not know, but we need historians. And it's quite easy to find who your ancestors are and if you're actually entitled to these reparations and if you're not. Even to people in this commission, y'all should have to prove your ancestors and your lineage to even be sitting here having this conversation and telling us that we have to explain to you why we're entitled to something that we know we're entitled to. This commission is going to last until 2029, which kind of sounds more like a fraudulent money laundering scheme, because anybody that's actually foundational Black American would have already signed a check.
Next, we have Yvette. Gilliam, are you here? So we are at the 4 o'clock hour, and first of all, we only have the building to a certain time, so we're going to have to speed round. So first of all, I'm going to call your name. I'd like you to come up to the microphone if you're here. Yvette, Lorette, Annette, Wilcox, Loretta Humphrey. So if you're here, and we're going to have to do 2-minute rounds because Yvette, Loretta, and Annette. So I did say Yvette, Lorette, and Annette, but it's Yvette, Loretta, and Annette. And we're going to have to do 2-minute rounds because we are done.
That's all right. I'm going to be quick.
Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Loretta Humphrey. I'm from Southeast Queens. I am a foundational Black American. I am with the Freedmen. This is totally ridiculous to me. I'm 70 years old. This is crazy to me. Yes, it is. You don't need 10 years to do what you're doing. You could have did this in 6 months because we've already done our history. Now, I'm from the swamps of North Carolina, and we are indigenous to this nation. Now, reparations is money and land. Let's get that straight first. Secondly, everything that I'm hearing from the commission is, what did I call it again? Programs. They're programs. They're civil rights and human rights. We have those things already. Cut the crap. I'm saying what I want to say. I'm 70. I'm saying what I want to say. Civil rights and human rights we already have. We have that already. Improve on that and cut these people their checks and give them their land.
Thank you so much. Next, Next, we have Annette Wilcox.
Okay, I'll try to do 2 minutes. My name is Annette Wilcox. I'm a member of the U.S. Freedmen Project, and we advocate on behalf of those who descend from slavery in the United States. Historically, the remedies supposedly for American freedmen have repeatedly been diluted. Since the end of slavery, programs and policies created in response to our unique harms have been weakened or expanded to include others before the ink is even dry. Meanwhile, every other group in the United States is allowed to identify and advocate specifically. The irony is that everyone wants to use American freedmen history to justify benefits for others, but American freedmen are told they're divisive if they ask for remedies for themselves. Our history is specific enough to support everyone else's claims, but apparently not specific enough for our own. The number two, the public deserves answers regarding the changing direction of the commission. When the U.S. Freedmen Project argued that the descendants of American slavery should be the community of eligibility for reparations, we were repeatedly told that the commission was bound by the language of the legislation that was passed, which focused on people of African descent. We are now hearing from the sponsors via their favorite media outlets that due to the political climate, the timeline of the report must be extended. And the commission needs to examine, and this is Solange's words, harm suffered by not just Black people, but include other marginalized groups. If the commission is bound by law, then the public deserves an explanation as to why its focus appears to be shape-shifting. These significant changes should not occur without full transparency, public discussion, a roadmap of its work, and a clear legal justification. Two additional years is ridiculous. This is the age of AI. You should be able to get this information very quickly. And I guess that's my time. And then everyone should support the bill A6341. It's for disaggregation of the Black and African American populations.
So thank you. Thank you, Ms. Wilcox. So we have 3 more people, and then I just want to respond to just those that are asking about the commission statement. We did make a statement at the beginning of this presentation. And we also, what I did not mention is that we do plan at the next business meeting to outline our timeline. So for those that watch our business meetings, we have not had an opportunity to come together as a full commission, but we will outline our timeline at the next business meeting. So thank you for that. Ms. Risa, Maurice, and Bobby are next, and then we will be done. So I'm sorry, in the order, Ms. Risa, Maurice, and is it Bobby? Okay, so in that order. I'm sorry, for those that are, hold on a second, please, just so that we can help you understand. For you all to have an opportunity to speak, you would have needed to sign up. Okay, and so I have 3 people left, Ms. Risa, Maurice, and Bobby. So I will, I will make room for you, okay? So 2 minutes and I will make room for you. I apologize that I might have missed it. Can you repeat your name so we know who you are?
Miss
please?
Risa.
Here.
Thank you. I want to speak on a few books that I would like you to study during this period, and it would be The New Jim Crow, because mass incarceration in the age of color blindness. Michelle Alexander, The Debt What America Owes to Blacks, Randall Robinson. Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome, Dr. Joy DeGruy. Getting Reparations, How Building a Different America Requires a Reckoning with Our Past, Dorothy A. Brown. Let me see one more. Okay, I'm sorry. And Dr. Williams Doherty, his latest book, Reparations, 155 Years Overdue. This is a YouTube video. The name of his book, I don't have it on my paper right now. I'm concerned with the hospitals, with young Black women, old Black women, going into the hospitals, giving birth, and not coming home. That's very concerning. and housing theft of the elderly. The unemployment rates of the Black community right now. That's very concerning. And yes, this is painful to be here. I'm speaking my heart. It's painful to be here fighting for something which you have.
We appreciate you being here. Thank you, Ms. Risa. Next, we
just
have
want to
Maurice
say-
Daniel. Your time is up, ma'am. Thank you
Hello?
for being here, though. Maurice Daniel, the floor is yours. We only had 2 minutes. Unfortunately, we have to go to the next person. And next we have Bobby after that. So thank you for being here, Ms. Risa. If you want to finish your comment, you can do so at 518-473-3997. I apologize.
All right, my name is Maurice Daniel. I'm from NAN, and over at NAN, we have a saying, it's no justice, no peace. So when we're talking about reparations, what does justice look like? Now, for the Japanese people who were interned for 4 years, right? They were treated like crap. They were wrong. Japanese people, World War II, do your history, 4 years. They were treated like crap. It was wrong. What did they get? Reparations. What is that? That's justice, right? Now, we're talking about for the Jewish people, they suffered the Holocaust. How long did that last? 12 years. What happened to them? They were killed. They were, again, put in concentration camps. They were gassed. They were treated wrongly. The country wronged them. And what did they get? Reparations. Now, for those of you who keep getting stuck on arguments about, well, these people are from the Caribbean, or these people are Black people from this other part of the nation, or they shouldn't get our money. They shouldn't get any money from here. The Jewish people also got grants from the United States. We didn't put them in the gas chamber, right? So I don't care. If you're Black, you should get the money, right? That's what I'm saying. Now, Black people, 246 years of slavery. What did we do? We built America from the ground up. We were enslaved. What happened to us after slavery? We were not allowed to read. We were not allowed to write. We were not allowed to go to school. Then after that, we were subjected to Jim Crow, right? Everybody here suffered from something. What does justice look like? Is everybody else is getting justice except just us, right? So now we need to get our money too. People act like this, like we're not owed anything, right? If you listen to this country, you think that some magical white man with a top hat and a beard just snapped his fingers and we were free. Every right we got in this country, we fought and bled for. Lincoln didn't free the slaves freed Lincoln. Okay, now it's time for them to give us what we are owed. Donald Trump snapped his fingers in a second and gave those January 6th insurrectionists reparations. We want our 40 acres and a mule. No justice, no peace.
The next we have.
Right.
Mr.
Hello?
Grits, you have 2 minutes.
I won't even need that. I won't even need that. My name is Darryl
Okay.
Edwards, also known as Fishing Grits. I'm with the United States Freedmen Project. I'm usually short and sweet and gonna make it make it real quick. I'm not Black. I know Black. What you mean Black? American, not Black. And I heard those words all my life. I'm Black American. I don't believe that any non-American melanated people should receive any reparations. The racial wealth gap in New York City, in New York, is unmeasurable. The Revolutionary War battles, it was Revolutionary War battles and other national monuments here in New York. That number is unmeasurable. Talking about the racial wealth gap. The matter of fact is, we're tired of waiting. Delineate and cut the check now. I heard someone say that immigrants don't stop Black Americans from reparations. Immigrants stop Black people and anybody else from finding jobs. Black people from finding jobs. What do you mean stopping from reparations? What are you talking about? And make it real quick, like I said, pass A 6341A, and that's it. I'm out. Thank you.
We appreciate you. Where's the woman the young lady that was waiting? Please, we want to honor you. She will be the last speaker. Oh, I'm sorry. Come on up. You were supposed to go. Come on. All right. Yes. You can go ahead because she'll be the last speaker. Well, it doesn't matter. You'll be the last speaker now.
I appreciate.
Okay, of course.
My name is Berta Harris Olayinka. I am a researcher. I was at the Geneva this year, Permanent Forum on People of African Descent. This is a book. It's very short, very few pages, disaggregated data to advance the human rights of people of African descent. This is what the United Nations needs from us in order for us to, it's not even justifying, but they have to have some kind of record. Who's keeping the record? Is the commissioner keeping the record or the people? There needs to be a single, please, I have flyers here, but the disaggregated data proves what we have suffered over the years. And this came out in 2023. It's like they haven't let us know. Another thing about the United Nations, as a researcher, I could not find in all of their information any information on race in the entire world. They don't keep a record, or they have not yet kept a record. So that is something we can think about for a minute. But the point is, we have to have a record of ourselves, of what there has to be some source of all these organizations that have been mentioned here can identify, okay, the information can come here. This is where we're going to do it. But it can't be my family, my people. It's too loose information. The brother that spoke about information on the UN before is the same.
Can you share that with folks that can just take pictures of that? We appreciate you. We want to make sure we have that. Our last speaker today, first of all, Harlem, thank you for showing up. Thank you for being patient. Thank you for honoring how we will be. We know that there's a lot of emotion behind this, but we appreciate you coming out and honoring each person. So the last speaker, if you would introduce yourself.
If I may, I just want to clarify, this sign says the meeting is now closed.
So
is my testimony still on the record?
You're still on the record. It's still recording.
Thank you so much. My name is Marion LaAngela Bell. Although I have many hats today, I'm here to represent my family. And because you were speaking about the wealth gap, I want to make sure that that is clear, that my family has suffered from that, so that it's on the commission's record, okay? I was born in 1969. My birth certificate says African-American. My mother was born in 1950, Cassandra Bell. Her birth certificate at Metropolitan Hospital says that she was Black. 1928, Danella Bell was born in Harlem Hospital, and her birth certificate says that she was Negro. That is my relationship in Harlem. 1911, Gertrude McNeil was born in Fayetteville, North Carolina. I'm sorry, excuse me, Bennettsville, South Carolina, on the Witherspoon plantation. And her great-great-grandmother is Rose Witherspoon. She was a midwife on that plantation. I speak to you because I also know the legacy of my great elder grandfather, who was born in 1856, before the end of slavery. His name was Evander McGeechee. His son was Douglas McGeechee, the father of Danella Bell. And so I mention all of that for the record, because through all of that, despite the fact that I have 2 advanced degrees, I still have a wealth gap. I live in Harlem, and we've lived in Harlem, and I'm not ahead. I'm not where I should be. And so all the efforts that you are making in terms of keeping the record straight, whether you continue the studies while we also continue the fight, there's always going to be people who are in the direct line. There are going to be people who are flanking. There are going to be people who are yelling. But your task as the commissioners in this job is to take our record. And so I respect you for that. And thank you for making this possible here. Also to the Urban League, I thank you for making the building available to us for this opportunity. And I look forward to you coming back so that we can have more chances to tell you what our stories are, and that you would also allow us to continue to tell those stories in a more visual, verbal way individually. Perhaps also considering that as you collect stories, that you collect DNA, so that whoever gets their reparations, it would spread without those testimonies, just by DNA alone.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. If you all would give yourselves a round of applause, we want to thank you for being here. We want to thank you for those that signed up. If you have not had an opportunity to provide public testimony, you can do so by way of calling 1518-473-3997 or emailing your testimony. If you have artifacts, you can share them. Thank you to the National Urban League for hosting us, and thank you all for being here today. This meeting is now adjourned.